hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on, and a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else, cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town, going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lame brain, wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad scheme, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
in your hips, I'll be flashing my pink, and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swing that sparkle up in the party, tap that like a phone in a cold war room on the 3rd floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, word band dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Getting caught out like 20%. You own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 You own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. And as promised, I'm back to finally do the Leadhead updates. Now, it's been a while since we've done Leadhead. Okay, so allow me to remind people of why we're talking about this, because I got I got a message recently. So we may still end up actually covering the full story of this at some point in the future. Because for those of you who watched like my coverage of this last year, Leadhead is crazy. There is no other way to explain Leadhead than saying Leadhead is totally fucking crazy, absolutely insane. And she had a series last year where she basically broke down how she adopted two adults into her found family. They were like 18 and 19, I believe. And basically how the whole thing fully fell apart and went insane because she was lying to her now wife about an affair she had with one of the people that she was that she kind of adopted. And yeah, it was chaos. She basically started a fucking cult. It is by far one of the most insane, I don't know how else to put it other than abusive, stories I've ever covered. It was totally crazy. Now, I did do further digging on the Leadhead stuff, including seeing Leadhead's DMs with somebody, as well as talking to people who are very close to this situation. And I've kind of had to pause because it's not my story to tell if people aren't happy to tell it. And I've said that publicly before. We might be in a position where that becomes something we can talk about in the future. Isn't she dating her found family adopted friend or something? No, so she is married to, okay, so she wanted to, but to be clear, no, that never happened, because while that relationship thing, that weird found family polycule that existed, was weirdly incestuous, it did all fall apart. And as I've said before, she talks an awful lot about someone named Sun, and then completely stops talking about this this person, and it all fell apart. So I'm trying to I got this message quite suddenly, so I was quite surprised, but there is a good chance that we will talk about this in the future, and it is worth talking about because it is completely fucking crazy. There is so much that you guys don't know that I want to desperately tell you. Now, Leadhead, for her part, is a creator, because I can see someone, I think Benjamin was like, are we punching up? Leadhead is a 300,000 subscriber channel who barely gets any fucking views anymore. Now, if we go to her videos, you'll see that her recent ones are actually doing all right. This one did really well, 215k, which is a massive improvement over where she was a few months ago. When she was doing these stories, they were dude, they would just drop they were 30,000 on average. Now, she has a small sort of cult community that surrounds her, but that's kind of it, the remnants. The reason she's kind of well known is these videos. She did the Half-Life kind of lore video kind of things, and these got millions of views. These got millions of views back in the day. I mean, we're talking like 5 years ago. And then her content entirely became about avant-garde, being trans, and art, and it was a shit show. It was a shit show. So we're in a very interesting time because Leadhead's current series, where like we've watched the first one of these, where basically I'm not really sure how to describe Leadhead's current series. Kind of like insane meanderings into political science, maybe. I don't know. It's we're gonna go into, like, we got 2 to watch tonight and see if we can work out what the fuck she's doing. So like this one was The Last American on Earth, where she largely was talking about she basically talked about this advert at a gas station, like petrol pump. It was really fucking weird, and like this idealized version of America. The next one we're gonna look at is Cops Aren't Real. I've got no fucking idea. I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea what the fuck she's on about. So that is what we're doing tonight. We're going to catch up with Leadhead. Periodically, I might start explaining little things as they come to me, because I think her partner is actually in this. I think her wife is in this one, finally. Like, we're actually going to start seeing, like, lines from the wife and shit. Which is wild, because, like, she's always kind of kept the other people that she's got in this, again, cult, I don't know how else to put it, at kind of a bit of an arm's distance. But now it's getting closer again. She's, like, bringing them back in. It's... Oh, dude. Boomer Man with a 5. Lead tent on my birthday. You shouldn't have crab, man. Happy birthday, buddy. I hope you're having a good one. Yes, yes. We're diving back in. Archer with a 5. Trees are harmed in making this video. Trees are harmed, as am I. Kick him with the 50. Swedish, good evening. More like night, Daddy Beckett. We're back to what made you to Daddy Beckett. It's been a year since then, so happy Daddy's Day. Dude. Oh yeah, it was talking about Leadhead's weird thing of wanting to be like a father or mother figure that turned into like calling me fucking daddy every fucking stream. We're getting to the fucking deep lore. Holy shit. Bro. I'm mad enough to admit that I'm jealous. I've always wanted to start a cult. I mean, Leadhead's cult, I'm trying to... If you haven't seen these earlier streams that I did on it, I would recommend actually going back and watching my streams from last year. Basically, Leadhead did a video called Motherhood, where she's talking about, it's like a video it's gone now, she's deleted it, though there is an archive somewhere, but basically she's addressing this video to her actual mother about how she understands how difficult it was to raise her now that she's a mother because she's adopted an 18-year-old. It's incredibly fucking crazy. And some of the shit that she was doing to these, like, to these teens was wild. She was like running their lives like they were like fucking 13. It is fucking weird shit. It is unbelievably weird shit. I'm trying to think of other examples to give you. Like, she did it, like, one of her videos is called Honesty, for example, which is an entire video about how she cheated on her partner and she manipulated her partner. She then basically says that she had to do that because she believes it's the only way to protect her, and how ultimately she's changed to be less manipulative while producing an incredibly manipulative video series. MLS is the crab cult lawyer. This is true, Priestess. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, there's an entire video about how she's a puppy girl. That's another one. She also did this live stream, which is kind of fucking wild, where she starts talking, she's playing Death Stranding, and she starts talking about how she's like prepping her entire family to flee across the border for when Trump gets elected. Now, they didn't flee across the border, but she was like getting them to like make bug out bags and things. What was the, like, and like, then her, like, there was a massive storm, and I think her house got like fucked up. Or like the area around where she was living got fucked up, and she like goes to stay with like one of the dads of one of these found family kids, and it's like an incredibly awkward interaction because she's like trying to get between this father and his like biological child. So yes, we return to Leadhead. The fucking weirdest YouTuber I have ever come across in my entire life. I'm gonna resize this a little bit actually. See if I can get a bit bigger. There we go. She does everything. These like, dude, every bit of Leadhead content is like so incredibly pretentious that it's actually unreal that somebody like this exists. You know those people who desperately want to be artists, like who aren't actual artists, but like love the aesthetic of being an artist. That's who Leadhead is at her core. She's also like basically anything that she does wrong, she puts down to the fact that she's hypersexual and therefore has no impulse control. Which, you know, having heard some of this incest stuff, I kind of buy. Oh, dude. She sounds insane. This should be good. No, unless she is insane. Yes, yeah. Cheers. I'd like for somebody to point out a fan family that doesn't end up turning into a giant mess. I don't know if they exist. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd prefer an artist over a content creator. Theatre kids need to eat too, I guess. I think it would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that as a theatre kid, she kind of makes, like, Leadhead's one of these people who makes her problems everyone else's problems, right? It's interesting as well that when she was seemingly running the household, she'd like kind of demand everyone do what she wanted, but she didn't really bring any income in. Her YouTube wasn't doing particularly well at the time, so she wasn't by any means the primary earner. But regardless, that's kind of like an incredibly schizophrenic explanation of Leadhead content. Her current series, as I say, is this weird series about America and kind of about socialism. I don't really know. Having watched her first video, it's not really clear what she's trying to get at. I'm hoping it becomes clear. I have no faith that it will, but let's get going. Oh my god, dude. What are we doing? What? Did she speed that up? No way is she clicking a button that fucking quickly. What? Wait, hold on. We need to go back a second. So in the top here, she's got avant-garde in revolution, the vanguard, those who favor untested methods of organizing and unorthodox revolutionary action. Oh my god, dude, this is going to be painful. Sophie came back to X to bash a has-been hotel animator. Yeah, I saw something about that. Doesn't surprise me. It's going to be like interesting seeing how some of that shit unfolds soon. Thank you for the 2, CID. So Leadhead is Penny, by the way, for those who don't know. She's very open about her first name. Yeah, she's doing this like whole gay, I'm a director now. I'm an actual artist, guys. I'm not just a YouTuber, I'm an artist thing. And it is interesting as well that like you look at some of the shit she did where do you remember the video where she's like basically in a men's bathroom for like sitting on the piss stained floor for the entire time? I don't know what it is about Leadhead and just sitting in places where people have obviously pissed. I don't know why I don't know why she makes these choices. Why does she look like one of the 2 nerds from the weird science movies from the 80s? That's her aesthetic. You know how we played Mixtape, and I said that Mixtape was essentially a game. Mixtape is a game that like Leadhead would make. That is incredibly accurate. Everything about a Leadhead desperately wants to be cool. She's a puppy. Duh. True. Oh, I'm being so insensitive. Artist or autist? Can't we be both, Sapien? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for the tea. But she dressed like Weird Al. She has a weird thing about smoking as well. And I don't know why. Like, she smokes wrong. I don't know how to explain this if you're a non-smoker, but she smokes badly. And it's like, there's a really performative way to smoke that some people do, where they like smoking as the coolest thing ever. It makes me look so cool. Rather than enjoying a cigarette, it's like the cigarette is entirely prop. Now, one thing that's important to note about Leadhead as well is she's incredibly scripted. Like, lots of YouTubers are scripted, don't get me wrong. Like, most people aren't like me. If you've seen any of my videos, you'll know that, and I've spoken about this before, I don't script basically anything. I tend to just have a basic idea of what I want to talk about and just say shit. And I can do that because I'm predominantly a live streamer. It's kind of second nature. But Leadhead's the exact opposite. Leadhead will have moments of honesty where she says, I'm going off script, and it's entirely scripted. It's very odd. It's very, very strange to watch someone do that, where... Also, I know because I've spoken to people who know her. She is like almost terrified of being authentic. It's really bizarre. So the important thing to note about everything that Leadhead produces is it is incredibly carefully cultivated so that she is giving only as much away as what she wants to about herself. There are very few slips. Everything's kind of intended. Archer with a 5. She doesn't understand Tyler, the creator. What makes her think she knows politics? Well, it's also worth noting that for those of you who are leftists in the chat, she did an entire video on communism. At one point, she explained how communists would allow her to own property because they're nice. That was her reasoning. She was like, yeah, I'm really into communism now. And I know that communists would allow me to like own property for my family and things because, you know, communism's like a really fair philosophy. And I didn't really know what to do with that, if I'm completely honest. It's like you're sort of, it's literally, you know that tweet that goes around every now and again where it's like, what would you do after the communist revolution? And one of the responses is, oh, I'd probably like spend the mornings working on my farm, and then in the afternoons I'd teach music to the children. And the top response to it is, what do you mean your farm? Sorry, comrade, there's no your farm, there's our farm. She's trying to be Hunter S. Thompson so badly. True, Q, thank you for the 2. I don't know how she can't wrap her head around these are systems, not people who will be nice. It's because Leadhead is... And Leadhead's highly manipulative, but really fucking stupid. She's one of these people who is quite good at like fucking with people's heads, but not very smart. And a lot of the stuff that goes wrong for Leadhead in her private life does seem to be entirely down to the fact that she has no impulse control and she's dumb as fuck. Like, that's it. Oh, I skipped you. Sorry, Fred. With the 2, I'm trans and do not claim Leadhead based. Sorry. I think when I covered her, we did get someone in from her community who was like attacking the channel and being like, this is highly transphobic. And like, why are you attacking Leadhead? And they've not come back. They were pretty chill, to be fair. They've chilled by the end. But it was like, attacking this channel as transphobic or anti-LGBT kind of doesn't really work, which I find very funny. But it is interesting that the primary defense of Leadhead is always, well, if you hate Leadhead, it's because you're transphobic. It's like, I don't know if that quite works for this kind of community and grouping.
Penny, is that cool with you?
I mean, why do we even have to do crypto? Won't you take like a money order?
I mean, I'll ask, but she said it has to be crypto.
Okay, fair enough. I'll look into it. It's probably still cheaper than Planned Parenthood.
Okay, so we already got a P.O. box. I say as long as Penny doesn't, like, make a video about this or some shit, we should be good to go. Penny, baby, I really wish you wouldn't have your phone out during the conversation about OPSEC.
No, baby, it's all good. I keep my shit hardware muted. Shit. Well, I try to anyway. Sorry.
It's all good, baby. It probably doesn't even matter, but it just makes me feel better.
No, I was gonna say, it's definitely good that we're proactive about that.
Alright, so, what are we firebombing?
Puppy, this is serious.
Listen, we need to talk about OPSEC. We're going against the government. Like, the problem is, it doesn't feel like a joke because you've had bug out bags and because you run a cult. She tried to take take the phones away, or like limit screen time of these fucking found family. Like, they're adults. They're like pretty sheltered. I'll say that. They're pretty sheltered. They're like they were certainly vulnerable. But they're adults, and Penny, like, at one point, Penny was trying to get one of the found family, like, kids, quote unquote. Now, you can't see the bunny ears I'm doing, but I'm doing bunny ears, to, like, not go to work and shit. I mean, the amount of trouble and, like, insanity Penny causes for the people around her is actually wild. It's total lunacy. Fuck me, I so want to make the video. It's so high on my list. I would drop everything else to make the Leadhead video. I cannot describe it.
You can't just make a video about stealing groceries. I know you just want to help people, but you can't do that if your channel gets taken down.
I promise, baby. I'm gonna be subtle about it, okay? I promise.
The following video is part of a dramatic fictional series. I'm playing a character. This video portrays that character being radicalized into a leftist organization. Bro, what even is this? One theme of this video is racial privilege. Oh, we're in for a treat. Hey, we were talking about that yesterday, guys. As such, it delves into portrayals of incomplete progressive thought. I hate it. Thank you for the 2, Metal Man. This series is in no way representative of any real-life organizations, events, or ideologies. Hold on. Just to be clear. If you're talking about somebody, like, let's just say hypothetically Leadhead isn't completely retarded. It's like, so you're making a video about somebody being radicalized into a leftist organization. You, as somebody who has already admitted in other videos that you are reading leftist thought and becoming more radical in those directions, even if you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. And then you're like, it's not representative of any real life organizations, events, or ideology. Well, it clearly is, though, isn't it? Like, you've just said that it's somebody being radicalized into leftist thought. That's a real world ideology. What do you mean?
I tend to start out a lot of my videos lately with a contradiction. I'll point out something in our society that doesn't make sense and use it as a microcosm to talk about something larger. This time, the contradiction...
Trans night with the 2. Oh no, I just came on and you're showing cringe. Yes, it's Leadhead night! It's been so long, guys.
Are screaming at me from every corner of my mind, and I can't settle on just one. Why is Elon allowed to mass-produce CSAM? Why do I have multiple hour-long YouTube videos detailing every single law that the president has broken since his re-election? Why are ICE agents being offered more funding in exchange for pinky promising to try and follow the law more? Why does Ghislaine Maxwell get to completely wash her hands of the children that she traumatized? How come I, someone whose greatest crime is having bad tags on my car and smoking a little weed after work, am at an infinitely greater risk of being arrested and taken to jail than any of the aforementioned child abusers, pedophiles?
Hold on. Okay. just being real about things for a second here. Penny's not in prison. Penny, like, I don't know why people do this. It's kind of like, you know, the amount of people who go, listen, we're afraid, we're gonna get rounded up. You never get rounded up, okay? You're not getting rounded up. It's not happening. Why are you self-inserting as if you're as important as the Epstein list? Yeah, and like, to be clear, Maxwell's in prison. Now, look, I will say that the lack of investigation into the Epstein list is fucking abhorrent and insane. I don't disagree with you. And there's certainly like there is certainly societal dynamics with the ultra wealthy that makes them very hard to prosecute. No one's denying that. But you are a white woman in a fairly privileged position. I don't think you're going to prison, Penny. Transnight with 10. Here's 10, Lamau, as my fee for running away. Everything I learned about Leadhead gives me psychic damage. I already have brain damage. I can't lose more brain cells. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate you.
Murderers and warlords. I'll tell you why. It's because this country we call the United States, these laws, this government, none of it actually exists. Back in high school, I was taught that we had this thing called the rule of law in our country. It's a stupid name. I would have called it the law of rules. Anyways, the idea is that nobody's allowed to break the law, and we all face the same punishment for doing so, regardless of socioeconomic status. If you steal something, the cops show up at your house and they either arrest you that day, or they come back later with a warrant, then they come inside and arrest you. Then you're taken to court, and that's where you plead your case as your fate is decided. That's all well and good, but there's...
How wild is it? This is, sorry, just a separate point. But how wild is it that both the left and the right in the West now both believe that the rule of law is like completely broken for different reasons? Like, if you're right wing, you probably believe in that the rule of law has been broken in favor of mass migration and kind of leftist or like liberal corporate elites. And if you're left wing, you probably believe that the legal system is incredibly biased against minorities and the poor. And it kind of it's interesting that we're coming literally full circle with both political extremes going, yeah, the entire system's like fucked for different reasons. But it is interesting that that's where we're at. Beckett is doing horseshoe theory. I'm not doing horseshoe theory. I'm just observing things, okay? Mountain Man with the 5. I'm 14 and this is deep. True! Look, the reality is that, like, the system is never going to be fully fair. It should be, like, pushed to be as fair as possible. That's it. And the realities are less political and more fear of optics, and like, especially like you can see this in judges, particularly in the US, right? Judges are elected in the US, so they're obviously going to be more favorable or more harsh in the interests of the people who elected them. And you can kind of see this with, like, there was one judge who was his campaign was essentially he'd go to like he went to parties where he invited loads of minority groups and was like, hey, if you elect me, if you vote for me, I won't prosecute you. Oh, I won't like give you harsh prison times and shit. And it was really weird. Whereas in the UK, our judges aren't elected and we have like separate issues around like policing and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's an interesting situation we find ourselves in.
A few caveats to that. This Dr. Pepper that you see in my hand was stolen from this grocery store, you know, in Minecraft. It's really easy. You just put the 12-pack in your cart, go to the self-checkout, pull up to the little light gun, and pretend to scan it when nobody's looking that closely. It helps if you've got a lot of items in your cart that you do intend on paying for so that you can pick the best time to just skip some of them covertly. Then just pay for the rest of your items and get out of there. After that, you can go home, crack open your ill-gotten soda, and go to moviefreaks.c2 and watch an episode of The Simpsons without paying anybody for it. Make sure to use a VPN. Or don't. We all know that media piracy just isn't an enforced crime, especially with old content like any of the good Simpsons seasons. It's just like how the mouth-breathing cops in my town chose to not enforce the coronavirus curfews that the state and the county had quote-unquote mandated. That's a true story.
What the fuck are we doing? Listen, guys, just listen. Piracy's fine. No one enforces it, except, I mean, maybe they do, kind of, sort of, you know. It depends with piracy, by the way, speaking as a former pirate. It very much depends where you are and what you pirate. And it also depends on whether you're seeding. That's like a big part of it. Unless it's like the Game of Thrones thing. I remember the Game of Thrones thing happening. That was kind of fucking wild.
By the way, I was door dashing back in the day and wanted to know if I'd catch any heat for staying out past the curfew. I asked a cop at a gas pump and he laughed in my face and said, yeah, we're not enforcing that. For whatever reason, that really stuck with me.
So wait, hold on. You're complaining about the risk of getting arrested, but when you went to a cop during COVID and was like, hey, what if I'm still out after curfew doing my job and like delivering stuff? And the cop was like, hey, don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. We're not going to start like harassing you. That's a bad thing? Why? What the fuck what do you mean? I'm so confused. Like, this is so weird. Yeah, guys, we live in a society where like people like me are oppressed. And the one time when I was doing something where a police officer may have intervened, he told me not to worry about it and reassured me I'd be okay. Does this woman fucking hear herself? Like, what the fuck do you mean? This is why you think the American Fork PD are just a joke. True.
Shit, how do I grab all this at once? So, if it's up to the wisdom of each individual cop to decide which crimes are legal, then do these same cops get to decide what's illegal? Well, yeah, of course they do. I think it goes without saying that all of this high-minded talk of stealing groceries is a lot easier for me to get away with because I'm white and I have racial privilege. Yeah, when cops see that big fat M on my ID, they tend to get a little bit less lenient about those bad tags I mentioned earlier, but cops are simply less interested in wielding their power over me because I'm white. But how do cops tend to handle these situations when they're targeting?
Okay, without getting into all the sort of racial demographics of the US police, because I mean, there is obviously places where there are still issues. But do you ever think it's because of the type of crimes you're committing? Because shoplifting, depending on where you are and what it is, can be enforced really harshly. And, like, police will turn up and arrest people, regardless of your race. Kick in with the 50 Swedish Daddy Becca. I think she has become worse. I think she has actually become worse. I genuinely think this might actually be worse. Again, depends on the city and the state. Yeah, it's entirely dependent. And we've got like a ton of stories about shoplifting not being prosecuted or not being enforced on in urban liberal areas. Because in the South, she'd be handcuffed. Yeah. Especially in like small town South, right? And it depends entirely on the level of crime you're dealing with. And how much of sort of like a community grouping and strength you actually have.
Target isn't white. Well, as I said a second ago, they start twisting what is and isn't functionally legal and changing the punishment for different crimes. Did you know that it's actually legally punishable by death to sit in a car when an acorn falls on it? Just ask this guy. I'm gonna leave his name and face out for the sake of his own peace, but fortunately he lived. Situation is, he was being arrested by this cop, Jesse Hernandez. He was cuffed in the backseat of the car.
Okay, hold on a second. Fucking what? Smoggin with the 10, they'll start looking at all the basics good behind bulletproof glass quickly too after too many shopliftings. Yeah, I mean, they start locking away toothpaste. Sky Prime with the 5. I just joined, but I am understanding right. Is she saying she's a sovereign citizen? Don't give her fucking ideas.
Cop car when an acorn fell down on the top from an overhead tree, hitting the side of the car and making a loud banging noise. The cop immediately, as if he'd been waiting his entire life for this, dove to the ground, screamed, "I'm hit," and unloaded his gun at the back of his own car, presumably hoping to hit his handcuffed captive. Fortunately for all of us, the man wasn't shot, but here's the thing. That paranoid cop, he wasn't punished by the legal system in any way whatsoever. He resigned from his job, but apparently now he's posted up as a deputy at the Guadalupe County Sheriff's.
Okay, so this is a separate problem that I'm aware of, by the way, where police will resign and then move jobs rather than being disciplined. This is actually a pretty well-documented problem in the US. And bad apple cops jump from, like, station to station to basically avoid issues. However, that doesn't make what he did legal, Leadhead. He has, like, qualified immunity and, like, it's a problem created by police unions. Yeah, it doesn't make it legal. That's not legal what he did. He would have been fucked if he had stayed. What do you mean? Oh, dude, what?
Office. Point is, if a cop can play Russian roulette target practice with a handcuffed man all because an acorn fell on his car and not face any prosecution, then it seems to me like everything that cop did was functionally legal, and therefore sitting in a car when an acorn falls on it is functionally illegal, punishable by a dice roll that determines if you live or die. And that's the thing. I understand that I'm white and I have racial privilege, all this talk about stealing groceries and all that. You know your own limits. You know what's safe for you and what isn't. You've been living your entire life, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but maybe try not to treat the law like it's a concrete fact of life, because that's just not the reality most of the time. Similarly, it's functionally legal for cops to destroy evidence, plant evidence, lie about warrants, murder people, drive distracted, really, you name it. It's no different than how it's functionally legal for Trump to use executive orders to bypass Congress's power of the purse. It's functionally legal for Elon to buy a seat at the White House. It's functionally legal to kidnap random men who...
Holy fuck, me, holy fuck, kill me. Back in 2016, I hate it. Like, it's... Sorry. Yes, no, no. It's like, okay. This is like a problem when people do this, where they're talking about systemic structural issues as though it's a problem of legality. And it's not entirely. It's a problem with enforcement. And it's a problem with being able to follow through with certain things. And like, these systems are massively fucking complicated, but they work on like every level. Now there is some truth at some level to like laws apply to the lawful. They do not apply to the ostensibly lawless. Like, if you're somebody who is actually a career criminal, your consideration of the laws and how you're going to engage with them is obviously going to be indifferent to a law-abiding citizen. In the same way, if you're massively rich, you are probably not going to give a fuck about fines, right? Fines for rich people are essentially a payment permission to do a thing. That's it. And we all get like this, by the way. We hit certain points, like, if, like, you hit a point where it's like, oh, someone's going to fine me, like, $20 or something to, like, if I drop my cigarette on the ground. Well, fuck it. That's annoying, but I can afford to be fined £20. Whereas like a fine of like $2,000 is going to matter a lot more to me. And so like it is a matter of degrees. And we see this problem in like capitalism as a genuine issue with regulation. So if a company does something wrong and they get fined, let's say $6 million, but the company's turnover is something like 7 billion or something insane. It's like, well, who cares about $6-7 million if they've done something illegal which has made them massively more profit? So it's not like these problems don't exist. I don't know why Leadhead is doing this. Well, I do. It's because Leadhead is a fucking more interested in being seen as artistic than saying anything fucking useful. But I think I saw somebody in chat say earlier, this is like the most wishy-washy way to go around explaining this. It's probably not very helpful. This is very true.
Happened to be in Afghanistan at the time and spend years upon years torturing them in the most disgusting, inhuman ways imaginable in Guantanamo Bay. It's functionally legal for occupying U.S. soldiers to sexually assault, torment, and murder Japanese, Vietnamese, Korean men, women, and children.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on, what?
It's functionally legal for occupying U.S. soldiers to sexually assault, torment, and murder Japanese, Vietnamese, Korean men, women, and children. Look up the rate of sex crimes committed in Okinawa by occupying U.S. soldiers in the 2010s if you want to be disgusted.
What? What? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry, everyone in chat's like, what? Fuck it, fine, I will. What do you mean? Rate of sexual assault. I've never heard this at all. I've got friends who live in Okinawa. From US troops. Also, they're not occupying, they have a military base there. What the fuck are you talking about? In Nawa. There is no official standard annual rate of sexual assaults committed by US troops in Okinawa because the US-Japanese States of Forces agreement shields US personnel from some local legal jurisdictions, and victims frequently underreport out of fear of stigma. Okay. According to the Okinawa Prefectural Police, over 6,200 criminal cases involving US military personnel and their dependents have been recorded between the 1972 revision of Japan and 2023. So that's like 6,000 crimes over the course of 50 years. And it includes a total of 130 cases. So there are 130 cases of rape recorded, like reported cases of rape. Not prosecuted, not proven, just recorded in like 50 years? Google telling me there's not a single sex crime. What the fuck are you talking about, Leadhead? What the fuck? What? Like, I've never heard this before. Like, actually, what the fuck are you on about? Somebody, member for 7 months, they hit the Pentagon. I miss Chris. I miss Chris too. Somebody out there with a 5. Just tuning in, is this schizophrenic point that the US military is equally evil? Apparently, it's just like the American military can rape Koreans and Japanese people and like, they'll never get like imprisoned for it, which I mean, a foreign military base in a country is a form of hard power, usually due to some sort of conditional collaboration. It's collaborative. It's because of North Korea and China. It's collaborative, especially in the case of the US. The Koreans want them there, and the Japanese want them there. It is entirely collaborative, and especially in the case of Japan because they've got real issues with military formation. So yeah, like you can like, and the same is true as in Europe. The same is true of in Europe. It's not true for all US military bases, but it is collaborative in these cases.
The list of victims of the U.S. power structure could go on and on all the way back to its very inception. I mean, seriously.
Invaders have taken advantage of occupied countries since grew, and yeah, like, I don't disagree that invaders take advantage of, like, you can stop spamming, I can read, dude. Like, I don't disagree that invaders take advantage. I disagree with the idea that the US, and this is something I and no one else in chat has ever heard of, have a huge rate of raping Japanese and Korean women on their, like, native soil. I've never heard this as an accusation. Sorry, it wasn't spammy, it was YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never heard this accusation. There are plenty of accusations you can make against the US military. You can look at, like, the black sites. You can look at, like, fucking war crimes during Iraq. But I have never heard accusations like this about, like, US troops in Japan. That's completely blindsiding. I can barely find anything about it online. She's like, go and search it. I have. There is fucking nothing. What the hell is she talking about? Meltdown with the 5. Don't tell Leadhead what the Japanese did in World War II. I mean, yeah, like, there's a reason we call it the rape of Nanking, isn't it? Fucking hell. This is like, yes, all militaries, especially when occupying, do fucked up shit. Look at what Russia did, kind of post World War II. Or, you know, just look at what Russia did or does at any point. So, you know, I'm not saying that this isn't accurate. I'm just saying I've never heard this claim before, and she makes it really confidently, which is what Leadhead does all the fucking time, by the way. Leadhead makes really confident statements, which often, on further examination, are complete fucking nonsense. Also, military folk found to have done this usually were brought to court-martial trials. Yeah, I mean, especially in a nation like Japan. Look what the British did to India. We don't talk about what the British did to India. Yeah. It's not as if all cases would turn a blind eye to. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've got sort of statistics here from 1972 to Japan to 2023, and there are apparently like 130 reported rapes in that 50-year period. Which, yeah, I can believe. That seems fully possible. That number's not huge. Listen, one's too many, but like we're talking about a 50-year period, right? I can fully believe like the 6,200 figure, like where you've got like bar fights, you've got instances of violence, you've got like, and this is their dependents as well. You've got to remember, this isn't just US troops. These statistics include family members who are over there, like spouses, and you know, so if someone's husband's over there or something. So yeah, it is interesting. Incidents continue to occur with a string of highly publicized arrests involving US Marine and Air Force service members in the region. I just can't find anything on this, and it's completely fucking blindsided me. I have no idea. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I've only scratched the surface here, but let's move on from these fascist...
I think they're referring to around World War II, during and after. I mean, maybe in the after period of Japan? Korea, really? I don't buy it. Like, American cooperation with Korea during the Korean War was overall fairly positive.
monsters, and let's talk about something a little bit more practical. Let's say you've got ambitions that go beyond watching The Simpsons and drinking cheap Dr. Pepper. Let's see if we can think of some more things that are functionally legal for you and I. Man, talking about the id of the rich and the ego of the cops has made this video somber as all hell so far. Let's bring in some color, and let's start off our little crime spree with a fun one. Our cities might not be walkable, but they sure are jaywalkable, and I can't think of a better environment to deliver the good news that weed is just straight up legal now. Seriously, all the dealers in town are in complete shambles. Turns out, if your weed has a THC content of less than 0.3%, it counts as hemp. You know, the stuff that they make rope and fabric out of. This particular hemp is a sativa called strawberry cough. So here's the trick. The THC content of your hemp needs to be measured within 30 days of its harvest, but you only need to measure it once. Conveniently, it takes a lot less than 30 days for a seasonal change to be imposed on your plants, which means that they might only be 0.3% THC on hemp on paper, but they sure don't feel like 0.3%.
That's not a good thing. Okay, like, fuck me, I hate when people do this. This is like a whole separate thing. The UK went through this, like, technically legal highs, right? And, like, was selling drugs that were fucking people up. You want good regulation. It's not a positive to be like, so, technically, you can get round these policies. So you think it, like, again, like, it's like, so you think it's a positive that people are lying to the consumers about what they're selling? Isn't that a bad thing, Leadhead? Like, listen, I'm all for legal, like, look, I don't smoke weed, I don't like weed, but I think, sure, legalize weed, whatever. I don't think prohibition works anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. But this just, like, bring in something regulated and make sure it's safe. That's it. That's all you have to do. Man with a 5. Look at what the US did in the Philippines in the 50s. I don't know if that's a serious suggestion. Bo Black's new video essay is surreal. Thank you for the 2, Archer.
Oh, the hell was I thinking? That was silly of me. See, if I had lit this bag on fire, suddenly, it would become an illegal drug. What was I thinking? Seriously. Anyways, you might think that this is just some dumb stoner's dumbass musings, but I was going somewhere with this. Let's say that weed isn't your thing. You work hard, you need drugs that work harder.
Hey, monsters, what drugs do you like, Beckett? I mean, I like antibiotics. Antibiotics are pretty cool. Save people's lives. It's pretty based. I like ibuprofen. Stops the headaches. Nice. I like tobacco. Tobacco's really great. Tobaccos are awesome. Stop claiming yourself as a stoner. You don't even inhale properly. True. Cocodamol's pretty great. Anyway.
Well, look no further than your nearest gas station, because I guarantee if you go there, you can buy the highly addictive and highly disruptive drug Kratom. They don't even keep it behind the counter at the gas station that I go to.
Fuck, I did forget something. Kickins like stickers. Sorry, I completely forgot stickers. Please enjoy these stickers, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I got distracted while screaming about Leadhead's opinions about Japanese rape. I don't... Fuck is wrong with me today? It's gonna be one of those.
Seriously, this stuff will ruin you if you let it. You'll absolutely be sick to your stomach at all times, 24/7, whether it's from the high or the withdrawals. I haven't tried it myself, nor would I, but I hear it's a pretty horrible time. Hey, as long as we're not talking about breaking the law, what about...
Hold on, what the fuck's she rambling about?
...an highly disruptive drug, Kratom. They don't even keep it behind the counter at the gas station that I go to. Seriously, this stuff will ruin you if you let it. You'll absolutely be sick to your stomach at all times, 24/7, whether it's from the high or the withdrawals. I haven't tried it myself, nor would I, but I hear it's a pretty horrible time.
Yeah. Legal highs are like fucked up. There's an entire video this guy's doing about like video series this guy's doing about like legal highs and shit. And they're like entirely fucked up. We had this problem in the UK. Like I remember I was sat on a bench with this is going back a bit. This is like 2012, I think. And I was sat on a bench with a colleague, somebody I, who's another bartender. And he was like, yeah, don't worry, Beckett. This is like one of the legal highs things. And he like he had a roll up and he like put the powder into the roll up. And then he smoked it. And he just fucking passed out on the bench. Like he couldn't move. And I was like, why the fuck would you smoke that? Like, what is wrong with you? And it's like, and then people are like, oh, it's legal though. I'm like, legal doesn't mean safe, motherfucker. It's legal to drink arsenic. I still wouldn't do it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Cranton isn't a legal high unless you borderline OD on it, in which case you will get sick. Most use it to get off real opioids. Bro, your country is a fucking nightmare. Oh, dude. America is a fucking nightmare. I don't know how you guys cope.
Hey, as long as we're not talking about breaking the law, what about galaxy gas? Whippets for Zoomers. Again, haven't done a whippet myself, I'm not that bored, but it's where you take a can of whipped cream and you just suck the nitrous oxide out of it. Last time I saw somebody doing it, they immediately collapsed on my bedroom floor and got up a minute later as if nothing had happened. Seriously, they seemingly weren't even high. It's crazy shit. Right at your local gas station.
Oh, I'm probably thinking of... Well, I'm certainly thinking of, like, an old legal high, not, like, whatever this Crantum stuff is. I'm just talking about, like, friends who've done that shit. We are going back, for me, well over a decade. And whenever I say stuff like this, I realize how fucking old I am and, like, how near death I'm becoming.
Alright, we're done. Okay. Holy fuck, scary. Now, I am absolutely not telling you to go do Kratom or Galaxy Gas. Seriously, don't. My point is, it's a pretty big and pretty common logical fallacy to try and conflate the law with health, morality, societal good, or logic. You're not going to catch me saying that it's immoral to do harder drugs than I choose to do, but I do think it's immoral to market nitrous oxide to kids or to advertise a dangerous drug like Kratom as an energy booster. Both Galaxy Gas and Kratom are way more legal than that little hemp loophole that I told you about a moment ago, and way more dangerous too. Shit, if you want to talk about legal drug dealing, just look at all those doctors who were, and probably still are, pushing Xanax on so many other patients willy-nilly. I'm going to share another true story with you guys. Back when I made enough money to afford it, I tried out getting laser hair removal. It didn't really work out. See, I've got this medical condition where I get extremely lightheaded and dizzy and all sorts of arbitrary conditions. We all just call them vertigo attacks. It's a miracle that I can make these videos, basically.
Bro, I'm sorry. Are you arguing that you're having vertigo makes it too hard for you to be a YouTuber? I'm sorry. I don't want to diminish vertigo. I'm sure it's a very unpleasant thing to have. But you're a fucking YouTuber. You're not a manual laborer. What the fuck are you talking about? BedTuber? Bro, come on, bro.
Well, one such arbitrary condition was when they put the blinders on me at the laser hair removal clinic so that the laser wouldn't, make me go blind. Around the second or third visit, I was having a pretty horrible panic attack about the whole thing, and well, my vertigo episodes are easily the most unpleasant thing that my body ever goes through, so the doctor was getting pretty impatient with me, and he just out of nowhere offered me a Xanax prescription so that our sessions could go by a little bit faster. That's all it was. Just he didn't want to have to make more room in his schedule to, meet me on my own terms. Guy was a fucking...
Listen, again, I am sure that vertigo is very unpleasant. But Leadhead is a YouTuber. I'm not I'm sure it affects many things, but being like, I can't make YouTube videos because of my vertigo. I'm just like, come on now. Okay. You seem to... Bro. Also, the other problem with Leadhead is... Also, the problem with Leadhead is Leadhead lies all the time. I just don't believe her. Kicking with the 50. Becky baby, I watched last stream during the evening. I saw that you had the right color on the goals. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you for the stars, Kicker. Thank you for the 50 Swedish.
An asshole. Look, all I'm gonna say is that looking up Xanax, we get a lot of rehab centers, even calculators for weaning yourself off of specific dosages. We get all sorts of stories about the absurd rise in addiction over the last 50 years, and we get a lot of articles, studies, and legal documents from lobby groups and statements from Pfizer, all citing studies saying that...
Reminder that Leadhead uses her medical condition to lay naked in her puffy bed in her living room in front of her quote-unquote kids. Yeah, that's true. Fucking person's a horror story. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Xanax isn't actually that addictive and that the negative side effects are massively overblown. Meanwhile, Chance the Rapper, even fucking Lil Xan swore off of Xanax. This shit is not to be trifled with, and it sure as hell isn't to be prescribed thoughtlessly to somebody with a personality as addictive as mine. Also that a fucking skincare doctor doesn't have to waste his time trying to make those expensive-ass sessions that...
Lolo with the 5. Leadhead and people like her have done more to make drugs look lame than 4 decades of anti-drug PSAs. I mean, it is one of these things where Leadhead is so painfully uncool. It's like, do you really want to be like this? It's like, those are the best PSAs. You see someone who's actually like for me, one of the things that made me never smoke weed. I've smoked weed twice in my life. And every time it's been a crap experience. I really don't like being that kind of high. It's rubbish. But one of my one guy I knew, this was when I was a teenager, I was 17. He did parkour and shit, and he was super active. He'd do all these tricks and things. Then he became a stoner, and then he just stopped moving, and it was really weird to watch that happen to somebody. And I was just I'm good. There is something about having friends who become stoners when you're not a stoner that makes you really not want to be one. Also, hold on a second. What the fuck is with this aspect ratio? Look at this. She's filmed in a standard aspect ratio, but she's presented this video in this much wider screen. It's well, why? If you're gonna do this stupid fucking screen ratio, then why the fuck aren't you using the whole screen? Letter and pillar box. It's bizarre. Why make this choice?
A little bit less torturous for me. Look, that's just one tiny little microcosm among 1,000. The law is not a moral compass. As a matter of fact, it's very often quite the opposite. Fuck, man. Yo, thanks for letting me use the room.
I got you.
Here, let's smoke.
All right. Nah, man, I don't fuck with Delta 8. It just makes me anxious.
No, dude, this is not fucking Delta 8. This is just actual fucking weed. They got this whole loophole where they just measure the THC content, like, before it. Here, try this. It's rad.
Whatever you say.
No, I got
Whatever you say, we'll do what you say. That's how the cult works. Zeke with the vibe. Does she know what a shower is? Why is her hair always terrible and dirty looking? It's either dry, like she uses dish soap, a shampoo, or greasy as fuck. Yeah, she has no in between. She looks like she's constantly, like, touching one of those, like, static electricity things.
a whole video.
I don't believe that Xanax story, by the way. You shouldn't. Leadhead lies all the time. Wait, this guy has kids? That's depressing. Nah, Leadhead doesn't have kids. Leadhead adopted an 18 and 19-year-old into their found family and had a whole incest thing with them. It was very weird.
Working on all
It was a
that.
time.
I bring it up. It's actually just
I sound like I'm downplaying. I'm really not. She's a fucking monster.
a video about fucking stealing groceries. It's funny as fuck, dude. I'm loving this.
Stealing groceries? Penny, if you need food, just come here.
No, dude, it's easy as fuck. Okay, there was this time the Buddha was at the Costco, and he
Thanks,
skipped some
Misty.
items at the self-checkout, and his disciple said, Buddha, isn't that self-checkout theft? And Buddha said, my child, without the self to check out, there can only be theft. He attained enlightenment on that very day.
Holy shit, this tastes like strawberries.
That's what I'm saying. It's just fucking weed, dude. It's good shit.
Why are you explaining this weird fucking Buddhist story? Also, for those who don't watch me enough, I really dislike Western Buddhists. I have a very deep... Listen, we all have one prejudice, and mine is against Western Buddhists. I've discussed this once again many times. Many times! Why the fuck are you telling the story while your wife is, like, hacking her lungs up? What the fuck are you doing? Archer with the 10. My argument against that is there are so many athletes that have had their career destroyed for weed test. Nick Diaz, for example, was banned for 5 years while his opponent popped roids. Yeah, I don't know enough about sports to comment, but yeah, I don't know. Make stuff legal. You should be treating addiction rather than criminalizing it, is my general position. Grey Knight with the 5. I'm sorry, I came in on what? What the fuck did I walk in on? The heck is happening here, Crabman? Good evening, Grey Knight. Welcome to the Lead Tent. Why does this remind me of the scene from Caddyshack where Carl Spagler has Thai smoke grass he grew himself? It's not a million miles away from what we're doing, I'm going to be honest with you.
Seriously though, what's wrong with you? I always thought of you as way more like a moral person than that. But you sold me though. THCA? Where'd you get this?
That spot that opened up downstairs.
Lead Tent on Father's Day, what a gift. So true, Angie. Thank you for the 2.
Main Street last year.
Wanna go now? Good to drive? Hey, you okay?
Oh, interesting. I got sent something about this Crantum stuff. Apparently the FDA stance is that it's unsafe and that's been their stance since 2025. That's interesting. Unsurprising, but interesting. Grey Knight with the 10. Why can't we watch the kind of wholesome shit, the stuff going on with the World Cup right now and the Europeans coming to the US and North America in general? That would require me to watch or follow the World Cup. I'm not that kind of person. I can't do it. I can't even lie about it.
You know what really gets under my skin? The fact that some of you are probably watching this thinking, why is Penny talking about stealing groceries and all of this immoral stuff? I'm gonna make my case here because the idea that somebody could think it's immoral to steal from Walmart or watch The Simpsons without Disney Plus or whatever has got to be one of the biggest contradictions that has been screaming at me as I write about.
Okay. Theft is immoral. It's very simple. Theft is immoral. You can argue the toss about what corporations do or anything else, but like, it's immoral. Stealing is just like a basic moral wrong, right? Now, you can argue that like attacking large corporations has some moral good or benefit. you're free to do that. But the only real knock-on effect from shoplifting has been like, because this was the argument all through the like sort of like late 2010s, early 2020s, where people were like, it doesn't matter if you steal from large corporations, what they're going to do about it, because like they're massive corporations, like they're faithless entities. It's like, well, what happened was they started locking everything away and then closing branches. Now, I would argue happily that the ideal would be mom and pop shops. You want more local businesses because they drive employment. But if you don't have the infrastructure to actually like replace those things, you end up with like communities unable to meet their needs. It's pretty simple. Like, it's obviously morally wrong. Now, is it the worst thing in the world? No, probably not. And stealing, if you need to, is much more morally, like, reasonable. If, like, you're stealing a loaf of bread to feed your family, right? That's reasonable. Or if you're potentially, like, I don't know, doing a Robin Hood thing, you've got moral arguments there. But the idea of just a corporation is a nameless, faceless entity, therefore it's fine to steal from it, is like, obviously, like, that's not a moral position to take. My argument for piracy is that I simply just don't care. I don't bother to argue for it because I don't care. I am playing Shin Megami Tensei on the Super Nintendo for free, and nobody can stop me. I mean, my argument for this stuff is really simple. If you are going to pirate things, just accept it as like a morally bad thing you might do. Like, I'm a former pirate. I'll probably pirate stuff in the future. But I'm not like, it's morally good to pirate. Interestingly enough, who's like, are you guys familiar with the Anthropic stuff? Like, that's happened? Like, the Anthropic lawsuit, where Anthropic stole, like, literally, like, this is how it's been put. Anthropic basically stole works to feed to their AI, and they were sued by, like, $1 billion. So, here's a fun fact. My mother's works were stolen as part of the Anthropic thing. Like, her books were included in that massive data dump. And like, I have rights to a claim. Now, generally speaking, I know that some of my mum's works are pirated, and I don't tend to do much about it. There's like, I've got some weird bits of control there with digital licensing. But my position is I would rather people read my mum's books than have, like, a limitation to it. At the same time, though, from the perspective of Anthropic, I'm like, yeah, like, fucking mum would hate AI, so I think it's worth putting that claim in. Because she'd hate something like AI. She'd hate the idea of a massive corporation stealing, like, her work and not paying for it to feed into a fucking data, like, a data grid to train some random AI. But it is, like, it's obviously not immoral. Now, my mother's passed, right? And I let other people pirate stuff. Like, is Anthropic seriously going to sit here and be like, hey, it's actually morally fine that we've stolen a load of creative works? Clearly fucking not. Now, to Anthropic's credit, they've been pretty good at contacting people. I speak from experience. So, but yeah, I think it was like one of the biggest lawsuits in history, like one of the biggest copyright lawsuits in history, if not the biggest copyright lawsuit in history.
About the script. You know why these businesses were created in the first place? Why their owners opened up a second, third, fourth, then 100th location? It's so that they could commit wage theft. Wage theft is when little accounting errors lead to employees not getting paid as much as they're supposed to. The bosses and the owners of this country have now stolen more through wage theft than literally all.
This is not legal, though. That's not legal. It's illegal to do that. You can fight that. You should fight that. That, like, it doesn't make, you're not the employee, Leadhead. You can't be like, hey, this company steals from its employees, therefore it's fine for me to also steal from the company. That's not how morality works. You can't be like, hey, this person's a murderer, therefore it's fine if I kill them. That's not how anything works. The fuck are you talking about?
All other types of theft in the US, and it's not even close. Estimates go as high as $50 billion per year. All of that is to say nothing of the legitimate money that the higher-ups make. CEO bonuses, grossly inflated salaries, tax breaks for the rich, shit like that. If you're in a situation where stealing from a big business would somehow negatively impact an employee, get them fired or something, maybe don't do it there, but
So in the cases, if a lot of shoplifting occurs and it closes a store and those people lose their jobs, have you contributed to job loss? Isn't that what's happened at plenty of these branches? They've closed down? Does she think it's legal if you aren't caught? Her arguments here are basically that laws aren't being enforced correctly, and therefore, is it really illegal? Well, yes, it is. It's just like a question of enforcement. Zilla with 2. Good to see Stacey Rockford from Mixtape again. So true.
I can't think of a single argument that would make that wage that thing okay. I can't think of a single way to rationalize it so that the folks up top who...
Beckett just casually missing my other super. Sorry, Grey Knight. Hold on, let me find that. Where the fuck? Oh, nah. I'm not talking about the soccer. I'm talking about the fact they've come to North America and discovered all the food and how big Walmart actually is, and that stuff is stuff which is wholesome. That's true, Grey Knight. I've seen some of that stuff. Thank you for the 10 on Twitter and things. Guys, thank you so much for hitting the goal. Much appreciated, much appreciated, much appreciated. Yeah, no, I have seen some wholesome stuff. There is some wholesomeness from people coming over. I think the Scots are having fun, which, it's nice for them. They should do that. I'm talking about full-on stores shutting down despite the fact that Seattle is a tourist city. Dude. Yeah. There is yeah. She's not really a communist, to be fair. She's LARPing as a communist. And, there are very few people, I would say, are true communist LARPers who actually just understand nothing about the ideology. Leadhead is one of them.
Actually profit off of your purchase could say that they earned your money. If you're watching this, I can almost guarantee that you work harder than they do, and you know that that's true. If we're talking about the law, you're just another statistic. But if we're talking about human beings, souls, morality, you've got way more of a right to that Dr. Pepper, that loaf of bread, that toothbrush, that deodorant than its rightful owners do. Hell, even if we move away from necessities and onto pleasure, why should somebody whose entire job is doing cocaine and laying people off so that they can please investors get to have a $100,000 car and you can't even have a PlayStation or a fancy new dress that you could very easily just sneak out of the changing room? Why should you have to change how you budget for food this month just so that you can buy that dress and give more of your money to the people who made this world so horrible in the first place, so unwilling to make room for basic human empathy? I say people shouldn't. We're human, we have biases. If the only thing keeping someone from doing something nice for themselves and saving a couple bucks in the process is the legally warped version of morality that the sociopaths at the top impose on them, then maybe they should examine those biases and hide that pretty dress underneath a great big hoodie when they're leaving that changing room and, well, do something nice for themselves instead of doing something nice for them, because fuck them. Fuck them. Jesus.
Okay, look, this always happens when we watch Leadhead content. I slowly slip back into, being a Twitch poll creator, and I try not to do it. I try to make this funny. But you know what? On a serious note, if you hate the system, and I don't blame you, by the way, I hate plenty of parts of this system, do something to actually change it. Leadhead is in a privileged position. Leadhead is somebody with an awful lot of, a lot of people who will listen to her. And you know what you can do with that? Actually affect some kind of change. So if you want to create a system where people are going to meet their basic needs or even get nice things, why not start your own charity shop? Why not start your own sort of a soup kitchen? It's always steal from corporations and burn things to the ground. It's never let's build things. It's really frustrating because I meet people who are idealistic, especially in the environmental sector. And it's always burn things to the ground. It's never go and fucking plant some trees. It's really it actually does annoy me because I am somebody who believes in doing things that will make things better. You can affect some change, even if it's on a small, very local level. She is the Lisa Simpson, yes. It's just Bro, I agree with you. There is an issue with like, especially in like where the West, like I'm a capitalist. I'm like philosophically speaking a capitalist. I'm a student at Smith. But I look at America and I look at the issues it has, and I'm like, I don't even consider America to be capitalist anymore. I consider it to be like kind of like a nightmare Randian autocracy. It's fucking lunacy. But you can affect change. That's the point. She's the average slacktivist, yeah. Accelerationism is stupid. Yeah, there are parts of our society which are absolutely fucking awesome, and you should protect and reinforce those points. Like, not just burn everything to the ground. It's so fucking lazy, bro. Platinum with 279. When did Stacey Rockford become a YouTuber? Oh, she's been doing it for a while, unfortunately. What else was she going to do? Tithe and Wine with the 5. There would be more socialists if Leadhead didn't make content. I mean, ironically, these are great videos to dissuade people from becoming socialist. Because they're poorly argued, badly researched, and badly reasoned. Grey Knight with the 10. People working at bottom work harder than the people at the top generally is true to a degree. However, at the top, you fuck up and 100,000 people lose their jobs. She is way more out of touch. Yeah, it's like, the basic thing is, there are obviously people at the top who are completely fucking useless. Nobody disagrees with this. But also, part of it's this YouTuber problem of being really disconnected. Now, I know people who are in like executive positions. I know people who are CEOs of companies, and generally speaking, they're incredibly like they work a lot fucking harder than I do. If I'm honest, like I work 40 hours a week, and I don't know. You could probably argue as well. Like I run a YouTube channel and there's a business on the side there, right? But realistically speaking, like somebody I know who's a CEO, this guy is like 50 and works 70 to 80 hours a week and has done for the past like 40 years of his life. Like this is a dude who like works on Christmas. There are people at the top who still work incredibly fucking hard and expect the same from their employees. Not all of them, but they exist. And you've got this sort of weird argument of just assuming, oh, well, you know, if you're at top of a company, you must like hit this point of getting the corner office and you just do below and never fucking work again. It's just not true. Fucking bullshit. Shut up. Where were we? Racer Fred with 5. You don't understand. Doing anything short of total revolution is liberalism and worthless and makes you a filthy sock them fascist. So true. So true. Kevin, member for 30 minutes of coping, just got home. TLDR, Crabman, please. We're watching more Leadhead content as she goes through her Socialist Revolution series. It's fucking awful. Welcome in. I hope you had a great day. Metal Man with the 5. Beckett has a black shriveled heart, but it is hopeful. Go and plant a tree. Here is your homework, actually. Here is your homework. If you're somebody who like believes the world fucking sucks and you need to like things need to get better, just go and do something nice. Go and get like do some help at a soup kitchen. Like even if it's just once, go and donate some stuff to charity that'll help out somewhere. Go and plant a fucking tree. Go and do like a trash cleanup or some shit. Go and do something. If you believe that change needs to happen, I would agree with you. But actually go and do something valuable. Don't do whatever the fuck this shit is.
There's one more little idea that I want to put in your head. Let's talk about the thing that really makes this country and its government fake. Capitalism. It seems reasonable to me to say that the entire function of the U.S. government is to uphold U.S. capitalism and sustain our economy. All of our wars are fought over obtaining oil and other resources for ourselves or
Holy shit, that's so not true. Fuck off.
to quell the economies of countries that don't zealously accept our economic exploitation and corporate colonialism. So if capitalism is fake, a lie, then the same could be said of the entirety of the United States as a country. Now, how the hell am I going to suggest that capitalism isn't real? Well, let's focus in on one wealthy sociopath amid hundreds that our country bends over backwards to accommodate. Bobby Kotick. He's an Epstein lister and a former CEO of Activision. For today's purposes, he's the...
I'm gonna get some DMs about this. Alright, let's talk about Bobby.
man who was in charge of Activision while they were paying $0 in taxes and, in fact, getting tax refunds. What that means is that, effectively, the money you were paying in taxes was going directly to Activision as a reward for existing. Of course, this sort of thing isn't limited to the games industry, nor is it limited to American companies, but I can't say it makes me feel especially proud to be a taxpayer, knowing that that money is going directly towards America's imperial...
Okay. Let's be really clear about something. The current US system of the way companies are treated and the way, like, let's take like Jeff Bezos, for example. Let's say like the way Jeff Bezos like basically has his money in stocks and will leverage that stock amount against bank loans essentially, and it becomes unrealized gains. These are all tax loopholes. Okay, here's something really important to understand about capitalism. If you do stuff like that, you're not a capitalist. You're not philosophically capitalist. Philosophical, like, speaking about what capitalism is a, like, essentially as much a moral theory as it is an economic one. Very similar in many ways to communism, as a comparison. The idea behind capitalism is very simple. When capitalism was first being thought about, the state was the central bubble. And then you have the markets, and you have, like, normal people. So basically, government big, markets slightly smaller, and people even smaller. On, like, the leverage, like, the hierarchy of power. Capitalism's argument is you want to make the market as powerful as possible, so the market can challenge the state, and that will benefit society. That's the theory. That's the actual idea, and that's why capitalism is meant to be good, because it should create social good around it. And you can see this, like, kind of exemplified in ideas like, for instance, World War II. World War II, America shut down like business owners' rights to do certain things. And there were actually PSAs from the time as to why that this is like a capitalist thing to do, because your business exists within society. Society supports it. You have to give something back. It's also the basis of the idea behind trickle-down economics. Like, trickle-down economics, the idea is a very, very basic capitalist idea of your business does well, therefore your workers do well, therefore they spend money and spread it around other businesses. And that makes society, as a total, richer, better, and more educated. That's the principle. Now, what is happening currently, and part of the big issue we have, is that's not fucking happening anymore. And that is a problem, but it's not a problem in capitalism. It's a problem with people saying they're capitalist without doing the basic capitalist shit. Like, interestingly enough, the argument of taxation as theft only really makes sense in a non-capitalist system. Taxation is a core part of capitalism because you're paying taxes to improve society around you. You're giving taxes. Let's say you're a car manufacturer. Your taxation goes towards improving roads, therefore people will buy your cars, and it creates an overall social good. It means you can run things like public transport infrastructure at a loss, because the benefit of, like, public transport shouldn't be to make money for the state. Companies make money for the state, they're taxed for it, then public transport infrastructure becomes good for everybody and good for businesses. That's the principle. These are the basic principles of capitalism. Also, fuck Ayn Rand and her weird we need to be selfish idea. It has been insanely damaging to, like, the rest of society. But this is just a little rant about capitalism because no one seems to fucking understand it. Go and read Smith. Please God, like, all I ever hear is people telling people to read, like, the Communist Manifesto. If you hate capitalism, at least go and read Smith. Like, anyway, please have some stickers. Thank you for letting me rant. I feel slightly fucking better. Where were we? Grey Knight, with the 5. Go set up a public kitchen, literally just a refrigerator plugged in outside where everyone can leave food and take what they need. That helps communities. Yeah, even like one of the library, like, trade library things. Where you set up a little library where people can come and bring and take books. Stuff like that's really useful. Zella with the 5. Leadhead, Pookie, the fuck does this have to do with the cops? True! Just go with the 2. Don't you know capitalism equals greed and nothing else? dude. I find it very depressing. I really do. It's one of the few things that really grates on me. Racer Fred with two. I read Bookchin, and this is too pretentious for me. Pinker with the 5. And remember, food banks always need sanitary items and socks to give out. Also, money donates to a long way because food banks can buy what they need. Also true. Thank you guys. Thank you. That is hugely appreciated. Right, let me reset that goal for you. Anyway, did anyone have any questions, any thoughts, philosophy content? My cup overloads. No worries, Ties. Okay. Do note, Beck, that Ayn Rand's work can't just be tossed out lightly. You have to throw it against the wall at full force. I didn't know where you were going with that, Benjamin, but that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, look, America currently functions as this weird fucking oligarchical system, and it shouldn't. It's not capitalism. And you know, okay, if you're like, here's your litmus test. Do you live in a country that bailed out the banks? Because do you know what a capitalist country looks like? Iceland. Iceland is a true capitalist country. When the banking crisis happened, Iceland penalized the banks, arrested the bankers, and used the money from that to reimburse society. If your country didn't arrest the bankers and bailed them out, you don't live in a capitalist country. Because the principle of capitalism is the market decides. That's it. If you don't believe that, you are not a capitalist. You can claim you're just not. You're like the equivalent of someone who believes in bailing out the banks is somebody who believes that they're a communist and can own their own property.
Realist warmongering and towards the Call of Duty games, which attempt so
there is no such thing as a free market. The market isn't as free as it should be. It's particularly not in America and the UK. There are places with free markets. They do exist. Like if you go and look at the Scandinavian countries, they're actually a lot more capitalist than, like, at least philosophically capitalist than America is. Do you want to talk about the Rothschilds? I don't want to talk about the Rothschilds. I'm good. Anyway.
Thoroughly to scrub our foreign policy of all of its barbarism. These tax loopholes have all been carefully designed to make it so that the bigger your company is, the more that America and its people are forced to bend the knee to you and make sure that it doesn't matter what short-sighted and impulsive business decisions you make, as long as you just stay in America. Here's the thing that gets to me, though. Did you know that Spotify, Uber, Boeing, Twitter, Airbnb, Lyft, or ADT aren't actually profitable? Even YouTube isn't profitable. OpenAI isn't projected to be profitable until 2030, and that's assuming that they can deliver on their ridiculous promises and that this AI bubble doesn't completely burst in 9 months like with NFTs. Companies like these are mainly kept afloat by the gambling economy that we call the stock market. Basically, it's the terminally bored and nihilistic rich playing with their money and tricking the middle class into following suit at the promise.
Oh my god. That's what investment is. Holy shit. Like, yeah. You know what? Yes. Also with tech, this is like half the story with the tech bubble. This is like half the story because the American government also put insane amounts of money into the tech industry, which they, then dodge paying the taxes on. But it's like half the fucking story. Now, if investors put their money in and they lose their money, that's part of capitalism. Now, the ideal is that, the ideal is that that's how the market should work. Part of the reason it's not working in that way is because of the Great Depression. It's the fear of the Great Depression. If everyone's investments start bursting, we saw this a little bit with the .com bubble bursting. People lose vast amounts of money. And the governments and successive governments are terrified of this happening because it will break the country and no one wants that. It's one of the reasons we keep talking about these bubbles growing and everyone's kind of scared that another one's going to burst. AI is here to stay. AI is probably here to stay in the same way that the websites are here to stay. But eventually that bubble will burst in the same way that the .com bubble burst. And you will end up with AI being a general integrated thing. It will probably not be the same amount of profitability. I saw something really interesting actually. Somebody went into this. So there's a lot of stuff about IDing people, like at the moment, like online ID, both in Europe and the UK, and there's some push for this in the US as well. And people are talking about this as government control as the main reason. But somebody came up with an interesting kind of analysis that then they basically said, I can't remember where the fuck I read this, but they basically said it's actually not to do with government control. Governments would like control, but that's not the major reason for digital ID or why it's being lobbied for or why like tech companies are looking at it. It's to do with advertisers. And at the moment, their advertisers have a problem because they can't tell if users are real. So they can't tell if they're advertising to people who can actually buy their products. And that's causing, like, and you can see microcosms of this in the viewbotting scandal that happened with Twitch. Like, this has knock-on effects with, if you've got a live streamer, and let's say I'm sat at, like tonight, I'm sat at 170 people, right? Let's say there's a theory that I, like, viewbotted or something, and, like, 100 of them aren't real. Well, if you're somebody who's looking to sponsor me, that's a problem. Because, like, why would you advertise to why would you give money to a channel or a YouTuber or a company or like Google, whatever, if a huge proportion of that potential viewership are people who physically cannot buy your stuff because they're not real? So that IDing of people and the end of anonymity, it being like an advertiser-driven thing, actually makes a huge amount of sense. Now, I don't know if that's true. I'm just regurgitating something that I read, but it is at least I think pretty interesting. Grey Knight with the 5. The only thing I want is affordable memory foam body pillows, more cups with anime girls, and affordable PC parts, please, and halfway decent to great games. True. Dude, I've been looking through Steam. I'm gonna play Demon X Machina 2 again, I think. Grey Knight with the 5. The wanting of age verification online digital ID is actually Meta and Facebook. Yeah, Meta and Facebook are like massively pushing for it, and it's the advertiser thing, yeah. Anyway.
Of getting rich and getting to further seclude themselves from the struggles of their peers. It's the reason that everything just gets worse all the time. The biggest investors view actual human beings as cattle, and so we get apps and corporate infrastructure designed to treat us like cattle, so that the investors' mouths start to water. It's why you can't search for something on YouTube without the interface screaming at you about a dozen other videos that it would rather you be watching. On top of the...
That's not true. It's like partially true. Oh, God, I fucking hate watching Leadhead. It's like partially true. Okay, the reason YouTube and Google are all fucked up is because there was an internal war. This has been documented. Jenny's talked to me about it before. There was an internal war between the marketing department and like the actual tech department at Google like 6 years ago, and the marketing department won. That's why it's all fucked up, because right now Google and YouTube are being like pushed in the direction by the marketing department rather than like traditionally by their tech department. And this is happening in other places now, and these people don't really understand the tech that they're fucking with. They just want to sell ads, okay? It is entirely internal conflict between... That's what happens with companies when they get too big. You know, in some companies, like, you will find departments go like fucking crazy. Do you know the what's it called? Hold on, give me a second. Let me show you something. There's like a really good example of this is let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. Right, Technology Connections. You guys know Technology Connections? Technology Connections has a really great series on this. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Where is it? Oh, fuck me. Where is it? Where are you? Because he did a series on, sorry, she. All right, RCA. Go and watch his series on RCA, because he talks about what was happening internally at that company that led to a load of the problems. And basically, they were a research-first company. And basically, like, just fuck themselves over through internal department warfare. That's like one of the big things that happened. Technology connections is fine when he's not spurging about politics. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I really like some of their stuff. But yeah, go and watch that. This is like what happens to all companies when they get too big. It's what happened to fucking Blockbuster, and eventually companies collapse and get replaced. This happens all the time. Grey Knight with the 5. I have YouTube Premium. I got it when it first came out, so I have had ads. I haven't had ads in like a decade, and the algorithm doesn't usually fuck my searches. Yeah, I'm the same. I always use YouTube Premium. The biggest problem I have, and that's quite annoying, is like YouTube pushes a load of shorts, but like more and more now, you're getting the ability to filter those out. Just aside that and Google keeps launching projects that they end up taking out back and killing them. Google Plus and Stadia or anyone. Yeah, this again, they're looking for the next big thing. One of like Meta and Facebook, for example, were like pushing for AI and VR because they're trying to corner markets in those things and come up with the patents. Because like even if the project itself fails, if you can get a hold of the patent and patent control for it, you're kind of set as a company. So like there's lots of other things that go on that like don't normally occur to most people when they look at it from the outside. Like I watch his videos on now and then, but when he talks about ICE at the end of his videos, it's when I click off. Yeah, I mean, like people get annoyed enough when I talk about politics because you just want to sit here and watch the content you sort of come for. You know what I mean? I get that. I get it.
Private investors, so many major household name companies are all being kept afloat by your tax dollars. It's called corporate welfare, or government subsidiaries and tax breaks if you're being pedantic. See, even if a company is already absurdly profitable, if they start doing badly, hell, even if they don't, as an Activision case, the government will just cut them a check so that the investors calm down and politicians can say that they fixed the economy. Car manufacturers, software companies like Microsoft, hardware companies like Intel, shit like Amazon, and just tons of others absolutely love this stuff. Do you feel like Microsoft and Xbox have both gone in horrible directions over the last few years and you want to switch to Linux? Well, go for it. That's what I did. But as long as you're paying taxes, you're still paying for Windows 11. It's your duty as a hardworking American citizen to support the companies that made using your work computer a nightmare.
Oh my fucking god, this is so stupid. Anyway. Fuck me, I mean, I don't know, I feel like I'm just retreading everything I fucking said. It's really not this fucking simple. It is painful to listen to somebody think it is.
So here's my question. If capitalism requires a ton of companies that don't actually make money to get free money from people who are either already paying for their product or don't want it in the first place, is capitalism even real? It kind of sounds to me like our entire economy is just an elaborate hoax made to entice rich people into...
I mean, it's weird because she's like almost there with understanding that capitalism in like the US isn't a true capitalist system. She's like almost there with understanding the issue, but it's much deeper than, well, capitalism bad. It's to do with like the actual structures that have built over time. It's like that's not how capitalism should fucking work. And it's also not how capitalism used to work. And it's not how capitalism works in other countries. Fuck me. Grey Knight with a 5. YouTube Premium is also nice because I believe if you want to watch still get their ad revenue, as far as I'm aware. We get like a cut. Sorry, I say we like I'm at fucking Google. Yeah, like you get like a basic rate. So if you watch me and you have YouTube Premium, then I get like I think it's something tiny. It's like 25 like cent or something. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Like it like rounds out.
Giving politicians money. Is that all that this country is?
It's not, like, to be fair, it depends on your ad revenue.
A show for the rich? I know that this sounds like a pretty big leap that I'm taking here, but stick with me for a minute. Gentrification, increased police presence, regressive drug policy, the endless expansion of our highway networks, the resource wars, all the things that our country spends your money on all serve one core function. To make life easier for American companies, even the ones that don't actually contribute anything tangible to the economy or to our quality of life. So then, what even is capitalism? Is it a system that we're all participating in and all have a chance to succeed in, like they tell us?
Wow, it'd be crazy if you could go and read some like capitalist theory. and then it would like explain it to you. But I mean, that would be work, Leadhead, unfortunately.
It is? Or is it a system that, from its very inception, has relied on lies and the nihilistic exploitation of
No, it's not that. It's absolutely not that. What the fuck are you talking about? Capitalism is fundamentally an incredibly hopeful system. And again, like, the war that was going on, like, if you want to look at capitalism versus communism as a fight between two systems, you have to recognize that when capitalism was becoming a thing, the alternative was feudalism. It was literally, you are a serf and you have no rights. That was the previous system. Capitalism is basically the only people, well, in this sort of serf feudal system that we have, the only people who have any ability to move and trade are people who are members of guilds and merchants. That's it. That's it. So what if everyone was treated in the same bracket as a merchant or a guild member? That's kind of the basis. It's not a lie. It's obviously actually worked as well. This is a really annoying thing when people talk about capitalism. Like, capitalism has like worked. There is a reason the West is in so much of a better state than other competing nations. Like, even when you look at, like, even if you want to take into account like the Middle East kind of like regressing as environmental factors, which is generally the main attributed reason for like the Middle East turning from like the cradle of humanity to getting a lot worse over time. Generally speaking, capitalism has worked. More people have ended up educated in the West. More people, like, we have like essentially most people are sort of middle class now. The problem is we've sort of like hit the like dying point of that. My frustration with communists is they ignore the good parts of capitalism and how flexible capitalism can be, but it has issues worth criticizing. There's absolutely problems with any system, but it's like, again, it's this throw the baby out with the bathwater shit. Like, if you look at any other system, you wouldn't be able to complain about it. At certain points, fighting about feudalism was seen as treachery, right? You had like divine rights tied into fucking feudalism. Grey Knight with the 5. So what I'm hearing is if everyone got premium, we could rid ourselves of the advertisers and YouTube would still get paid. I mean, Google would still want advertisers. I mean, YouTube ads, from what I understand, are a complete mess anyway. So we should go back to feudalism. Thanks, Beckett. Listen, if you want to know how great feudalism is, go and read Leviathan. Just go and read Hobbes's Leviathan. Hobbes makes very compelling arguments for feudalism. Not theological ones either. He is a big fan that is the natural state. And in some ways, there's probably, like, if you're a modern Hobbesist, you could probably make arguments that the turn of capitalism into this oligarchical system is some sort of like natural sign that humans' basic state is feudal. You could probably swing that. It would be bullshit, but you could probably swing that.
human lives to perpetuate its existence? Is the American dream something that you can put...
Becky, how would you pronounce Lady Demescu? Is it like I have no fucking idea. I've never played the game. I feel like this isn't fair. Hobbesius? I've no idea. Hobbesian? Like your Hobbesian theories? Yeah, we'll go for that. Kicking with 20, thank you.
faith in? Or is capitalism a lie? I mean, I haven't even mentioned our national debt. Whether you bought any of that America doesn't exist stuff or not, there's one last thing that I want to put in your head in terms of things that are functionally legal for you and I. And it's a way that you can slightly distance yourself from this farce that we call capitalism and these taxes that funded all of those sexual assaults in those occupied countries I mentioned earlier.
I'm sorry. Are you seriously arguing that it's tax-funded rape? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you on about? Hey, Molly, how you doing? Yeah, we're back on Leadhead. Welcome back in. We're talking about tax-funded rape, Molly.
You know how your paycheck ends up being a bit less than what your actual wage is, and then at the start of the year when you do your taxes, they give you some of that money back? Well, that's you paying your taxes out of every paycheck that you get. Now, unfortunately, not everybody qualifies for this, but a lot of people do. You ought to look up how to get your employer to stop withholding your taxes so that you get your full paycheck.
Don't do this. Like, actually don't do this. What the fuck are you... Okay, no, just pay your fucking taxes and then get a rebate. What the fuck are you... what? You're seriously advising your viewers to, like... This is actually fucking irresponsible. This is actually really irresponsible. What a fucking crazy thing to say to an audience of essentially, like... some pretty vulnerable people. What an insane thing to fucking say. Not everyone gets a rebate. Yeah, not everyone qualifies for a rebate. Like, this is fucking wild. Like, the IRS do not fuck about. Don't do this. This is crazy.
While this may seem like an aesthetic difference, you still lose your money in the end anyways. It goes a little bit deeper than that. You being in control of your money from the moment that you make it removes you one step further away from that corrupt and evil system that I've spent the last few minutes describing. And
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's a lie. It actually makes you more attached to them because you'll be filing your taxes yourself. You're much more likely to get directly audited, and like, you're directly handing money over. You can't just refuse to pay taxes, motherfucker. Grey Knight with a 5. I feel like Leadhead has too much apathy and isn't smoking the weed right. Yes, true.
I found that those little degrees of separation can go a long way towards making it a bit easier to cope with living in this shithole.
Okay, once again, Leadhead doesn't have a fucking employer. So would have, and as far as I can tell, has never had a fucking employer. So she would always have to file her taxes herself anyway. So why are you pretending like this is making a difference to you, you lying fucking bitch? You're a YouTuber. You self-file. Metal Man with a 5. You can take your whole paycheck like that, but you will owe taxes every year. Yeah. It's the same as like when, you know, when I was taking a paycheck from the Twitch stuff and when I did like self-employed, because I don't do that anymore because I don't take a paycheck out of the channel or anything else. I had to go and file my fucking taxes, and I had to keep detailed records of how much I'd earned as additional, and go and then pay the taxes on that. Metal Man with a 5. You can take don't read that one. Thank you, Christopher. Member for 7 months of molding. I'm late, Clown Boy. I'm spending times with friends. How bad was the crash out? This is fucking terrible. She's telling people to, like, I don't know, potentially commit tax fraud. I don't know what to say.
It's just something to think about, I guess. Of course, none of that is to say that you should stop paying your taxes, although it's worth noting that, thanks to corporate lobbying, the IRS loses funding almost every year. They lost about 20,000 employees from 2010 to 2020. Microsoft was a big pioneer for this sort of thing back in the 90s, but
I want to be really clear, the IRS are far more likely to, and this is probably a disparity thing, the IRS are far more likely to audit you and check your taxes, and they can go back years doing this, by the way, than they are to do it to a fucking company, okay? Because they have, like with everyone, they will have quotas. Now, this is an actual fucking problem, but do not think you can just get away with tax evasion. Holy fuck, bro. The IRS still keep all those records, by the way. They will know how much money you owe. You will get a letter through the fucking door. You will get a letter through the fucking door. You will get asked for it. I still get, like, questioned. Right? Because they know that at some point I had, obviously not by the IRS, by the HMRC, but like they know that you earn, they will ask. Tax avoidance is not tax evasion. Yes, do not conflate the two.
Yeah, it stands to reason that a lot of those tax loopholes that I mentioned earlier would come from lobbyists representing folk who want to pay way less in taxes. But funnily enough, that makes things a bit easier for the everyday proletarian non-taxpayer too. So folks who work at grocery stores and gas stations and choose not to pay their taxes, well, The amount of money that they owe is very, very rarely worth it for the IRS to even go after with such dwindling manpower.
This is just wrong. This is actually just fucking wrong. Like, you do not understand how this shit works or where people... Because it's not about what money they can get back, it's quotas of capture. It's like, we're not interested in you getting, like, how much money you're getting back. We're interested in you being seen to enforce. That's the point. Why the fuck is she on the set of Sesame Street? Thank you for the tea, Grey Knight. Solid question. Yeah, it's a quota. It's an enforcement quota. It's not about, like, regaining money. They don't care about that.
Imagine having to deal with Copilot on all their computers isn't helping much either. Another cool thing about making so little money is that a whole lot of people out here don't actually have enough assets that it would even pay off the repo man and the legal red tape required to send them. If you've got a piece of shit car, maybe a decent computer and a TV and a guitar or two, and you rent your home, odds are very good that nothing you do will ever put you face to face with a repo man.
What? Firstly, repossession companies buy those I can't believe I have to fucking explain this. Repossession companies, like, will either be employed by somebody and paid, like, usually at a loss to the company to go and repossess things, or they'll just take on the contracts because people will sell the debt, right? Or, as I can see Shadow screaming, they'll garnish your wages, which is what the IRS are far more likely to do, and you'll be paying it off for ages. This is, like, fucking insane. Shadow's like, I got audited. Yeah, like, people get audited. Like, this is actually fucking nuts. Your credit score is still screwed, yeah? Dude, this is actually crazy. This stream needs more likes. That's true. The stream does need more likes. Like the stream. Like the stream. Click the subscribe button. Press buttons. Make me bring joy. Grey Knight with the 10. Copilot AI isn't enabled by default. The fuck is she on about? The IRS knows how much money you make, and they will know if you do not pay taxes, because they do in fact know how much you owe. Yes. Dude, also, please enjoy these stickers. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, all this is fucking checked. I don't know why the fuck she feels so confident in being so insanely fucking incorrect. This is actually dangerous advice. Dude.
Your entire life's profits just aren't enough for you to be worth fucking with. It's just something to think about. Maybe pair it with those thoughts about how there's absolutely nothing wrong with stealing from giant companies, and those thoughts about how America's nothing but a pawn for those
This is so retarded. I'm in agony.
same companies. Think about the pedophiles that your money buys children for, and the families that your money bombs. Think about the companies that demand your tithes, and how they've also, when faced with such similar demands, have dismantled the system that forces you to pay your taxes.
Roll your window down, buddy. Roll your window down now.
Kicking with the 50. Getting both your spouses upset at you for pronouncing something wrong. Way to go, Becky. I try. Thanks.
Alright, do it.
Hey, Ice Beans. How you doing?
We're gonna get you out of there one way or another. You're supposed to be here. I don't know why you're acting like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Teddy. The cop was hammering on a wall. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, yeah, we know it's staged, but like also, I don't even know what the cop was meant to be doing. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what any of this is. I'm just sort of confused. I will say this. There is something really nice about like this kind of American town aesthetic. I don't know what it is. I think it's from watching things like Buffy in the 90s. There is something really cool about like small city or like large town American aesthetic. And I just really like it. I'd totally live in a place like this. Metal Man with the 2. If Beckett can do one thing, it's disappoint women. Oh, dude, what the fuck have I done to you? Bro, where did that come from? That is hurtful. What the fuck, bro? Dude, why? I thought we were cool. What the fuck? Oh shit, man. Fuck. That's deeply hurtful. Bro. Grey Knight with the 10. Holy shit, fake cop skit is fucking bad because they would never let you hide behind the car. Like that, if that's the car they're talking about. And also how I don't think you're getting away, Leadhead. Yeah, Leadhead isn't running away from the fucking police. Yeah, this is brutal. I don't know what to do. It's completely thrown me. It's deeply hurtful. It's deeply hurtful. I need to start dating again. Just to be like, I have a girlfriend now, guys. I love you, Beckett. This is how Beckett got put further into the gay pipeline. But dude, this is not fair. On behalf of women, haven't we suffered enough? This is very cruel, guys. Oh, dude. Oh, I kid. Plenty of my ex-girlfriends hate me. It's probably true. Oh, it's so nice to hurt you again. Jesus. What the fuck is she doing? That skill was so bad it fucked my text-to-speech. Even so great. No, I'm stuck on Leadhead music. Okay, we'll go back. Also, this is like a random point, but like something just occurred to me and I'm Googling it a little bit. And I don't know in the US, but if you've got serious vertigo, wouldn't that be an issue for your driver's license? Like, this is a genuine question to chat. I don't know. I don't have vertigo, but apparently, like, it's like really serious, and like Penny has it all the time. But like, wouldn't that affect her driver's license? Like, isn't it unsafe? She could have a spell while like on the freeway or something. Like, the way she describes it, it should be. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, if it's completely debilitating. I'm just going to let you know you can't have that much shit hanging in your front window in a lot of states. Thank you, Grey Knight with the 5. Dude, like, the thing that bothers me about Leadhead the most is how all the hack political theory is fixated on her. Yes. I mean, again, her ability to think about other human beings is basically impossible, so it's not a great surprise. I wouldn't trust her with Play-Doh. You think I trust her driving? What the fuck are we doing? Fuck off. Listen, I played mixtape. I've played it. I've done it. I've seen this before.
Hey, puppy, you doing okay? You there?
Baby, I'm having a vertigo attack.
Oh. Okay, where are you? Are you okay?
I'm at the oil place where we did the video last year. I'm spinning really fucking badly, baby. I don't think it's ever been this bad, like the whole time you've known me.
Okay, I'm on my way, pup. What happened?
Isis and Antebellum.
Oh.
I saw them harassing some fucking guy at the fucking garage I was at. I started recording it, and one of them saw me, and he chased me out of the fucking building, and I ran away, and I had that in my car, or my phone on me for like...
You can't be like, I have vertigo, but this character is a fictional character that I'm playing. You're playing yourself being radicalized by leftists. I fucking hate this person. I actually like, Leadhead is unironically one of the most frustrating YouTubers to cover. Like, none of this happened. No, it's all fake. All of this is scripted. But this is the problem, right? She's like, oh, you know, I've got vertigo. It's really serious. It's like, yeah, but you're playing yourself. So what is fake? What is real with you? And I know all this shit is scripted. There's no storyline to this. You're just babbling into a fucking camera and trying to be artistic about it. It's so fucking, like, it is so fucking frustrating engaging with any content that this absolute weirdo puts onto the internet. Somebody out there with a 5. Has anybody ever considered checking her into a psych ward? I just got back and all I hear is screaming. That's me. That's my internal monologue. Grey Knight with a 5. What if she gets actually pulled over and it turns out she doesn't actually have a driving license and hasn't had one for years? What do the comments say? You can tell she's a real Linux user now because she's found a way to sneak in. I use Linux, by the way, to a video already. Hell yeah. I'll never forget taking a constitutional law class and being told verbatim by the professor the Constitution is fundamentally only intended to protect property rights for landowners. I'll never forget taking a constitutional law class and being told by verbatim by a professor that the Constitution is fundamentally only intended to protect property rights for landowners. I live in the UK, and I know that. That's like the Magna Carta is fundamentally there for the rights of barons. Yeah, no shit. What do you mean? Yes, that's what it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Grey Knight with the 5. This is so fucking stupid. I'm fucking annoyed. I'm going to need to go back to VTubers after this stream. Like, the Constitution has a lot of amendments to it, but fundamentally, you are talking about a document that was written by landowners to protect their own rights against the British government and the British Crown. That's the point of it. That's the point of it. Now, it's been expanded in how it considers people, but that's what its purpose was, and its consideration, like many systems of its period, like, and it's comparatively forward thinking for its period, is around property rights. This is true in the UK as well. Like, do you know women had the vote like in like the 1700s in the UK? Because voting was based on property rights. And if you were the matriarch of a family, like if you were a rich, gentrified family in the UK, and the head of the household was a woman, women voted. It was like 2% of the voting population in the UK in the 1700s were women. This shouldn't come as a surprise. It certainly shouldn't be a fucking surprise to someone like a US person. Christopher with a 2. Didn't her victims, I mean family, run away from her? Yes, they did. We like talked a bit about that at the beginning. We might actually be picking some of that up. Oh my god. Right. Breaking the fourth wall and alternatively juggling exposition and plot like this is a hell of a trick, especially being an unreliable narrator where the audience can't quite tell where one begins and where the other ends. A man bites dog is maybe the closest thing I can compare this to. Really cool. It's not a trick. It's terribly put together. It's terribly put together. This is an excuse for Penny to try and, like, I don't know, LARP as a socialist, basically. The acting is fucking phenomenal. Are we watching the same fucking thing? The acting is phenomenal. And while this might be a small thing, the main character, presumed, partner referring to her as puppy, is so cute and casual. As a trans femme, it's nice to see just something so culturally relevant. It's small, but it's there and it's really nice. Do you know, this might be a small thing, referring to puppy, do you know, fuck off. Like, let's talk about why they're referring to her as puppy. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yes, there we go. The puppy girl psychoanalysis. Holy shit, I know Leadhead better than her own fucking fan base does. This is insane. Oh, bro. Christopher with the 5. When the Constitution was written, only landowning men were considered citizens. This was told to us in 5th grade. Yes, this is not new. Do you know what is new? Well, it's not new, but please enjoy some stickers. Bro! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
An hour and a half.
They didn't get your license plate, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Baby, I'm scared. I genuinely don't know if I've ever had a fucking vertigo attack this bad.
It's gonna be okay, puppy. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon.
I can't focus on a single point no matter how hard I try. Fuck, man, why can't I just be fucking normal?
That is a question many of us have asked constantly while watching and reviewing your content. Dude, the acting is fucking terrible. This is how somebody fakes being sick, by the way. It's like Theatre Kid 101. Grey Knight with a 10. Is that fucking puppy play in this video going on about chronic capitalism and not the fucking police like we're led to believe in the title? How far into this video are we? We've got another 10 minutes.
Why couldn't I?
Thank you for the 10,
For
Grey
fuck's
Knight.
sake, I could have helped him. God.
You said you got it on camera, right? Maybe you still can.
Unfortunately, she was filming herself.
Baby, that guy's probably fucking missing now, and I didn't do a goddamn thing.
Baby, it's not your fault. You did what you could.
I fucking hate myself.
Hey, I have something covered in Leadhead. Sorry, I should turn the stickers off. You're not missing much. She's just sort of sat upside down in a car. I'll let you see her hand movements as well. They're fucking... This is Kino. Look at this shit.
Baby, that guy's probably fucking missing now, and I didn't do a goddamn thing.
It's like tweaking out.
Baby, it's not your fault. You did what you could.
I fucking hate myself.
Baby, be nice to yourself. Do you have any water in there?
No, you don't get it. I fucking hate myself. Can I confess something to you?
Oh my god, great out with the 5. That's not what I asked, Beckett. How far into this video are we? Oh, okay, we're like 33 minutes in. Oh, dude, I really stretched it out. We've got another one after this. Listen, we've got another one today, okay? We're not even... We've got this in another 36 minutes. You guys aren't going fucking anywhere. I just saw Melly asking about the quote-unquote kids. As far as I know, they're doing well. As far as I know, they're like far away from Leadhead and they're doing well. Teddy with a 10 at Mr. Beast voice. I asked 200 women what they think of Beckett, and they all just said he is our misfortune. It took you way too long to type, buddy. Very funny, though. Kicking with the 50 Swedish. You can have a sticker, even though you can't pronounce things. Not proud of you. Hurtful, but understandable.
Yeah.
I just saw an ice kidnapping. And the whole...
This is fucking peak. This is fucking peak. I want to confess something to you. I just saw an ice kidnapping. Fuck off. Mac with some cheers with it too. We need some help from Cope. You need some help from Cope and Reed. Unfortunately, there's no reading involved in this one. Let's make ice actually about white women trauma. Oh, this will be good. Holy fuck, bro.
time I was filming it, the only...
Wait, didn't she say there was an oil change place she pulled into? This is a fucking self-service car wash. Why the fuck did you pull in here? No, they've got like oil change thing. I don't know, maybe. God only fucking knows. Great night. Thank you for the 5. You saw an ice kidnapping? Why would that be a confession? Did you participate? Listen, Leadhead secretly hates minorities. We all know this, okay? Listen, for a liberal woman, she has a surprising lack of diversity in her content, okay? I cannot think of a single time Leadhead has on camera or even mentioned interacting with a minority, okay? It just doesn't happen. She's surrounded by white people.
The only thing I was thinking is, holy fuck. Oh my god, this footage would look so good in a video. That's all I was fucking thinking about. Is that as fucked up as I think it is? Like, be honest with me.
I don't know, baby. Let's talk about this later.
Fuck.
That's such a fucking cliche. It's such a horrible cliche. Oh my god, I saw this terrible thing, and all I could think was how good the picture would look. Bro, can you stop stealing the, the fucking... Actually, sorry, I've just seen in chat, the camera was pointed at her face from Layla. And you know that, there's a very famous photograph of a African girl. I think she's African. It was after some kind of terrorist attack where she was in the back of a car and a photographer took a picture. She'd been shot. And this photographer had like an existential crisis because he realized when he was cleaning the lens of his camera that he could see his reflection. So he realized the last thing this young girl had ever seen was herself in the lens of the camera. And that's like, I think, because that photo's like, it won some prizes. And this is like a LARP version of that. I don't know whether to be kind of disgusted by it. Like, if Leadhead had actually seen an ice kidnapping and been like, oh my god, this footage is going to be so good, I think that would actually be less fucked up than whatever this is. This is somehow worse. you're LARPing about seeing an ICE kidnapping for your weird, like, fucking arty story to make yourself, like, I don't know, to give tension to your own story. This is fucking bizarre shit to do. Teddy with the 10. Also, the whole thing, is this real or is it fake thing, could be cool and a good trick if done well, but this is so bad. It's just gay. It's not even interesting. It's just homosexual. Yeah, it's like, there is no division between Leadhead and this character. She's referred to as Puppy by her partner, the same way she is normally. She is, like, her character has vertigo, but she's totally a character, guys. They're, like, exactly the same fucking person. This isn't, like, acting. This isn't, like, this is just you being yourself. If you're playing a character that's just yourself, it's not fucking acting, bitch. This is just, it's just you. Fucking hate this person. Grey Knight with the 5. I need her to fucking move her car. I need to get into that car wash at 2 a.m. in the morning because I'm bored and I can't sleep. So true. Common problem. Boomer Man with Leadhead just clogs up car washes. Boomer Man with the 5. Also, why would ICE care if a white person witnesses them? Yeah, I mean, they're fully fucking aware. Like, this is not how ICE works, right? ICE are doing things pretty publicly at the moment. They're not particularly concerned about being filmed. This is advanced level narcissism? Yes, it is.
ICE is an antebellum. Once I'm walking in, we gotta have another fucking meeting.
Oh. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, someone just pointed something out to me. Are her glasses fake? I think her fucking glasses are fake. There's like no distortion. No fucking way are you wearing fake glasses. Like, you've got glasses, like, the lenses that big. I used to have, like, large lens glasses. And, like, you can see the distortion. I thought you said that already. Did I say this already? Someone just DM'd it to me. Not today, but a while ago. I mean, they look fake. Grey Knight with the 5. ICE isn't doing shit as much right now because they can't get paid. I mean, good. You don't wear these kind of glasses and do artsy stuff unless they are fake. Yeah. Fake or she barely needs any prescription. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just silent while I'm reading a chat. Really? I thought they were fake from the start from how big they are. I mean, I didn't have lenses. Mine weren't this big, but I did have round glasses for a while. You can see them in some of my former videos. Dude, I am cheering on that cigarette. It's about to fall into a hair. Thank you, Smog, and thank you for the 5. Guys, please enjoy these stickers. Much appreciated, much appreciated, much appreciated. You guys are fucking killing it tonight. Absolutely fucking dominating. Bro, Dan Olsen is not this pretentious. I thought we were watching a video essay, not a student film. Oh, we could be so lucky, buddy.
I love you.
I love you too.
I need a cigarette. With help from her loved ones. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, was there more to this? Oh yeah, she's doing these weird after video things now.
Thing. I've been in character, now I am not. This is a fictional video, and for legal reasons, I want to make it clear that I didn't actually commit any crimes in this video's production. But some things that I wanted to address in this video, this is a complicated one. I had this really cool idea for a video where I'm like very casually talking about cops and how you can just break rules, but then I have a vertigo attack and this very self-centered crisis of faith over like a single encounter with ICE where I'm not even the one having my life ruined. And I realized that, you know, by nature of this being a video about my character, there's this huge element of privilege to how that moment is framed. You know, the focus is on my reaction to witnessing somebody else's crisis.
Okay. I mean, that's what you did. Okay, go on.
And I decided to lean into that angle because that seemed very human.
Jesus fuck, put the glasses back on. That's the whole character. The character wears glasses. That's the only difference between that character and Leadhead. Zilla with the 2, thank you.
And like something that could lead to a really interesting story. It's nuanced. Like my character is allowed to feel horrible about what she saw, and she's allowed to feel horrible about those selfish thoughts that she was thinking while she saw it. But there's still this disconnect where, you know, maybe she isn't doing the best job internalizing her own privilege. You know, she has room to grow. And that was just an idea that...
Oh my god. Lampshading this does not make it better. Also, all your videos are self-centered. Yeah, this is fucking bizarre. Like, having vague self-awareness about being a shitty person doesn't make you less of a shitty person. Growing up with the 5. We're on point tonight because she is overly pretentious and so up her own arse it's making us mad. I mean, yeah. Dude, we're only halfway through. We got another fucking video to do.
Fits so perfectly into what my intentions are for the broader themes of this series, especially the next 2 episodes. And so all that is to say thank you to the audience members who have, like, kind of gotten past that mental hurdle and, like, given me the benefit of the doubt required to let me write, you know, flaws and weaknesses and genuine, like, character issues into a character that so closely resembles myself. And
it doesn't it's just you. There's no character. What the fuck are you on about? Dude, Beckett, she looks like you if you were a pretentious woman. I can't explain it. She has your aura. Fuck you, Teddy. Thanks for the 10. Matt with some cheers with the 5. Who cares, Leadhead? Let the audience draw their own conclusions. We don't need you spelling it all out to make you look better. Just shut up. This is what a lot of really pretentious people do, though. They want to be like, well, it's not really my flaws, okay? Like, you know, I'm really glad that you're letting me write this in. But the thing is, and this happens really, and it's like really common with bad writers. They're terrified of having flawed characters. You get the other extreme. Like, you get like Shadowversity as main character, who is like irredeemably flawed for some reason. I don't know what the fuck Shad was doing when he wrote his book. But one piece of advice that my mother gave me with writing is you want a character that people can relate to. So when you're writing flaws, your character needs to have flaws, otherwise they can't be related to at all. Like having like the hardest characters to write are overly like powerful or secure ones. The easiest characters are the most human because an audience will just connect with it. Most people can't do that because what they're doing is self-inserting, and when you self-insert, you want to write the best character you can. And Leadhead's doing the same thing, right? She's like, seems to be struggling with the idea of this character having flaws, not because of audience reaction, but because Leadhead is on some level hyper aware that she is a terrible fucking person. And if you watch like her video Honesty, some of this does bleed through. Like Leadhead is unsure how much to give away because it's like she's not totally fucking insane. She knows that she's a bad person. And I don't say this about many people when I cover them, but Leadhead is fundamentally a bad person. She treats the people around her like shit. She is deeply fucking abusive. She like destroys the people around her. She like makes people's lives genuinely worse who have interacted with her. She's one of these types of people. She twists this and justifies it to herself. But, like, fundamentally, it's like she knows, especially after the shit that happened last year and, like, leading up to it in 2024, that she does hurt the people around her pretty badly. She's probably quite aware of how badly she's hurt her partner. Because of, like, the whole breakup that happened when she cheated on her. Teddy with the 5. Honestly, Becca, I can't figure out who's talking because Leadhead and you are just so alike. Teddy. This is going to go on for a while, isn't it? This is when they become too scared to let their audience display their media literacy and actually come up with their own interpretations. Yeah, well, fortunately for her, her audience are generally pretty bought in.
And whose work is so similar to my own, really. I just really appreciate that benefit of the doubt. I also want to thank my wife. That song that you heard at the ending that turned out really nice and really tied that credit sequence together is called It's Hard to Talk About by my wife. She has been making music for a little bit now, and this was her third song, and like she already had something good enough for me to put in a video, which is fucking crazy because I take these videos incredibly seriously, and she knew that going in. She did not expect me to already want to put one of her songs in my video. Whatever. I'm gonna have a link to her description in the channel. I'm gonna have a link to her channel in the description. So, hey, if you want to hear some cool music, watch somebody grow as an artist. Hey, there you go.
I'm not going to insult her wife's music, okay? I'm not going to be that mean.
I also want.
Okay, ignored another one of my fucking super chats. Let's go. Sorry, Grey Knight with the 5. Give me a second. What the fuck do you mean we have another video? Sorry, I saw that registered and didn't read it. Thank you for the 2, Grey Knight. Yes, we have another one. We have, do my political rivals have the right to exist? We'll see what Leadhead's babbling about for a second. Then
to, as always, extend thanks to the patrons. And that didn't really work out because, you know, making plans around the weather is just asking for trouble. Thank you especially to the patrons who are donating $10 or more monthly, such as 3 Dart Blade,
Oh my god, go away. Okay. Right. Fuck me. We've got another video to do. This is her new one. It came out 7 days ago. God. Right. Torture. It's good. It's good. I'm back on my Leadhead and I'm enthused again. I think the idea of, listen, I've said it a few times, but I think there's a good chance we will get a Leadhead video. I think it's becoming increasingly fucking likely. Especially, you know, if she's making this new series. Maybe now's a good time. Maybe now's a good time to do it. Smoggin with the 5. And this is the top single by my wife called Screaming Into the Void is Your Ears. Next on WKMS. So true. So true. Zeke with the 5. You won't, I will, Leadhead, when your standards are trash, it's hard to get excited about anything you endorse, especially when it's poo from your butt. True. Dude. Let's go. Slow Banks. I'm sorry, what is this title? Yeah. Yeah. She's so desperate to be ContraPoints. That's unfair. That's unfair to ContraPoints, okay? She's desperate to be Philosophy Tube. Let's not be too mean to ContraPoints. Becky video, yes. Yeah, I mean, the Leadhead video is one that I've sort of planned out last year and then wasn't able to do because it sort of requires other people to be happy to speak. I can't just go and make it. But we do seem to be getting closer to that point. I'm hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful. As everyone will know, for any like question it out, I've been very clear. I will not make content out of people's stories if they're not happy for me to. So that's usually the hold up with videos.
I fucking hate myself.
I hate you too.
Baby, be nice to yourself.
Can I confess something to you?
Yeah.
I just saw an ice kidnapping. And the whole time I was filming it, the only thing I was thinking is, holy f***.
Right out with the 5. God damn it, move out of the fucking way. I need to wash my fucking car when there's no one here and it's not 1 billion degrees out. Listen, the aircon is like fucking incredible, by the way, guys. The aircon is fully set up. It's currently running. It's incredibly fucking loud, but it's great. And I'm no longer boiling to death. This is great.
Fuck. Oh my god, this footage would look so good in a video. That's all I was fucking thinking about. Is that as fucked up as I think it is? Like, be honest with me.
Listen, she's getting into a stride. Maybe this one will be better. Maybe this one will piss me off less. Okay, do my political rivals have the right to exist? A solid question. Yen may break into your house to cool off. It is like the heat wave that's coming this week is going to be insane. I've got aircon right at the correct time, I think. Thank you for the 2, Meltman.
We have a vehicle out here with
Oh, hey, Sticker Boy, a new sticker, a new goal. Right, yes, please enjoy these stickers. I need to get some other gold stickers put in, actually. Thank you so much, guys. Bro, you're like fucking... I'm nearly out of stickers. This is crazy. I don't know how you guys are doing this tonight. It's incredible fucking work. I'm very, very, very grateful, as always, for your continued support and kindness. Thank you for everyone. I hope you guys are having a good night. Thank you to the lurkers. Thanks for everyone who comes and hangs out. Please like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and buy a membership, all that good stuff. Thank you, you guys are the best. I do really appreciate it. It's quite cool. It's nice to have an audience who's like, you know, not totally insane. I just I was looking at someone's stream earlier, and I was reading their chat, and I was like, Jesus Christ, guys. Great night with the 2. Whose treehouse did she break into? This is how she lives.
I believe switch plates unregistered. Suddenly an officer in the area. Silent closely.
See, okay, here's like a basic problem. I'm going to give a little bit of like a sort of media critique. If you've got a character like this, filming, like, you should have separate spaces where you're like having them exist. Filming a scene like this in your studio where you also record your like face to camera, straight to camera bits is actually kind of a problem, because the divide for the audience should exist. It's like, it's not subtle being like, I don't know where your character begins and ends, and like your narrative or your like ramblings or musing begins and ends between you and the character. That's actually a problem. That's not a good thing. Because, like, there is no fucking character. There's just Leadhead saying she's playing a character while just being herself and happening to wear fake glasses. That's it. You keep saying we're sane, Beckett. It's really making me question your judgments. It's fair. Probably explains Falgy. Anyway.
But I got, hold on.
No, it says I'm black, not poor. It's like a, it's a college humor thing. And like the R is like cut off by the timestamp, which is inconvenient for it. I saw all the racism in the last stream there. That's true, Kickin. That's true. Thank you for the 20 Swedish.
There's hold on. There's another red Impala as well. Henry Lincoln Henry 2750. 57. Let me know when you're ready for the other 2. Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta run these are just...
The title reads like me losing a game of Uno. Fuck me, bro.
Just by group search. They might be the same vehicle, but they have different plates on them. Give me 2 seconds. For this call here.
Please read any of those books. Please actually read those fucking books. I can't dude. Also, again, and I can't emphasize this enough, if you are somebody who like really cares about political theory or your political ideology, go and read the ideologies that you apparently disagree with. Actually understand the ideologies of your opposition. Grey Knight with 10. Blue switch plates unregistered. This radio chatter is bad, so her asking if the cops had gotten her license plate if her car isn't registered, she doesn't have one. I don't know enough about license plates to answer that, but yes, it's probably nonsense.
Trillium Health. Do we know what floor this is coming from? Okay. Does it say the office, sir? Yeah. All right. So he's only got one that's valid. It's Henry Lincoln Henry 2750. It is a red Impala.
Dude, this doesn't seem healthy.
I sent it
What
to
you mean?
MDT. All right. Thank you. Thanks.
We need to talk.
The school has the wallet.
I got you the books, but all this introspection, trying to be a better writer, it's not how you're gonna help people.
Okay, I just wanna say really clearly, of all the people who need to honestly introspect on themselves that I have ever covered, ever, including Fandon't, Leadhead is top of the fucking list. I'm not even kidding. Of all the people who need to honestly face the person that they are, it's Leadhead. By fucking miles. It's actually crazy how fucking, like, how much Leadhead lies to herself and lies to her audience about who she is. I've never seen anything like it. The levels of, like, narcissistic performance on display from this woman are unrivaled in the YouTube ecosystem. It's completely... It's insane. It's insane that she is not alone. Like, other people put up with this shit. Teddy with the 10. The only way it works is if you keep that divide by constantly switching characters. Right now, it's just one character that isn't really a character. Yes! Dude, Teddy coming in with the actual media analysis. You're telling me she's not a pathological liar? She is, and she's admitted to being a pathological liar. The problem is, she doesn't go further than that. It's kind of like, you know, people who admit that they have a problem and then stop at the admission? They're like, well, that's all the work that I need to do. It's like you miss all the other steps. Like, Leadhead will only admit what she is forced to admit because of the circumstance. Grey Knight with the 10. In the US, license plates here are a part of your taxes. Basically, you have to pay yearly to keep them up to date after you do admissions testing, and pay a little more if your windows are tinted. Interesting. So I see, so I can almost promise that Leadhead thinks she's introspecting a bunch, but she's confusing thinking about herself as introspection. Yeah, like introspection is like the true action of going, am I actually a decent person? Like, am I okay with this person that I am? And like, is there a reason why people hate me, for example? Like, that's actual introspection, as opposed to just thinking about, I don't know, the basics of the actions you take. Is that one of her found family partners / friends / This is her partner, I believe. Thank you for the 5, Artemis. Now, okay, so the found family unit was 5 people. It was this lady here, who is her wife, I believe. Leadhead, someone named Olivia, who I don't believe has ever appeared on camera, though I could be wrong. And then son and daughter. Now, both son and daughter have left. Son and daughter left together. Penny has never mentioned this, by the way. She only mentioned that daughter left, and she accused daughter of, like, being abusive and upsetting son. That's not true. That is a fucking lie. But both of them left, so as far as I know, the found family unit is currently, like, these 2 and Olivia. And no one really knows much about Olivia. She's present on the Discord, but that's about it. There's never been any clear details. Grey Knight with the 10. Oh, sorry, I've read that one. Thank you very much. Artemis with the 5. Is that one of her found family? I read that one as well. Brian with the 5. She sniffs her own farts. Autocorrect tried to change farts to parts. That also would have worked. That would have actually been more fucked up. Zeke with the 5. She's anti-capitalist, but has what looks like the baby from the Death Stranding collector's edition on a desk behind her. Unsurprising. Grey Knight with the 2. What is wrong with her feet? She does have weird feet, this is true.
What the hell else can I do? I can barely do the
Bungie
dishes
should make a
without
video on this. Dude, Bungie would have a fucking field day with this shit.
feeling like I'm gonna pass out. And then there's the shit on Wednesday. I mean, all I can really do is just try to make these videos feel less, like, naive and privileged.
I mean, the girl who makes her estrogens in a wheelchair. I mean, no offense, but it's just defeatist as fuck.
Wait, what? What? Hold on. What?
Just feel less, like, naive and privileged.
I mean, the girl who makes our estrogens in a wheelchair.
The girl who makes our estrogen is in a wheelchair. Did that? What am I? What the fuck did you just drop? What? What are you doing?
I mean, no offense, but it's just a fetus as fuck.
Alright, so I'll make estrogen. You got a brick of raw for me?
Oh, no, but
You have mod privileges on my alt, on your alt for Bungie. I could talk to the big man. Yeah, listen, if Bungie wants some fucking incredible content on somebody, yeah, like I'd happily tell him about Leadhead. If he needs someone to fill in, he can tweet at me or something. I don't know if Bungie's still on Twitter or if he got banned. But I would definitely and happily give like a lore dump to Bungie. Because some of this shit is absolutely fucking crazy. He'd do a great video. Grey Knight with 2. Is there a partner taking bathroom? Is there a partner taking bathroom made estrogen? I mean, this seems to be an implication that their like estrogen is like they're dead. They've got bathtub estrogen. Now, I'm not here to judge anybody, by the way. I just think that's a completely insane thing to drop in a fucking video. I'm going to be honest with you. Raccoon with 2. Who starts a conversation like that? Yeah. Who starts a conversation with that? I just sat down. What the fuck? Yeah. Please enjoy these stickers. I'm stunned. I literally don't know what the fuck to say. Homemade estrogen mentioned. Yes, Grey Knight with 2. Thank you. Like, dude, it's just such a weird thing to put in your video. Again, not here to judge. Just very fucking weird. Keffels, is that you?
I'm sorry, I'm being an asshole. Thanks for the books.
But I might know where you can get some.
With all that said, it would mean the world.
I am lol. Making your own meds is fucking insane. I know that there are arguments about the like medical availability of estrogen, and if you're a consenting adult, I don't know how much I care. I certainly wouldn't promote it. Do you know what I mean? But like, if you're a consenting adult and you want to take like fucking homemade drugs or whatever, like, fucking good luck to you. I don't know. DIY HRT is so common in these circles, it isn't oversharing for their communities. Dude.
Me if you guys could point my energy in a useful direction.
Pinker with the 5. I'm so glad the sticker wheel never land on male validation because I never want that. Thank you, Pinker. Great night with the 5. Wait, isn't this video about politics? Why are we talking about bathtub estrogen? I don't know. It's just sort of like a throw-in. Bro, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Jesus Christ.
Have a great day. Penelope. Look good?
Looks good to me.
Alright. So now what?
Now we wait.
Alright, bad. Thanks, homie. Have a good day at work, okay?
Yeah. Watch it.
This Dr. Pepper that you see in my hand was stolen from this grocery store. You know, in Minecraft. It's really easy, just... Alright, this is, do my political rivals have a right to exist? Opening scene, take 2. Hi, I'm about to ask you some questions that are gonna make you super uncomfortable super quickly. How much bad shit do you have to do before we've officially reached the point where the world would be better off if you just died? Like, I'm all for rehabilitative justice, and I believe in a social safety net, but at what point does any potential happiness that you might someday add to the world just stop being worth the risk that you'll probably just continue being a scumbag?
Fuck me. Of all the YouTubers to ask that question, I think Leadhead is bottom of the fucking list of people who should be allowed to ask it. Grey Knight with the 5. if you took out all the skit stuff, this would still be just as fucking pretentious, but less fucking annoying. True. I don't know, like 4. I mean, like, I can answer this really simply. It's like it's where risk outweighs gain, right? It's like there probably is a world where like you could keep like somebody's like rehabilitates and is really beneficial, but like you weigh it against societal risk. That's it. You also some people will do things where the crime is so great that you just go, you're locked out of society. This is the idea behind death penalties or life meaning life. It's like what you have done is so destructive, you lock that person away. Now, there are arguments. For instance, there are people who are on, like, they will never be released from prison, but they have rehabilitated over the course of like 30 years and are trying to do things for like other inmates, like educational programs. But those are a very limited pool of people, and the societal risk is so high, you judge against societal risk. That's the basic principle. JG Free, welcome to Coping. 07, thank you very much. I love seeing those green names grow. Thank you. Gaming. I'm not reading the rest of that word because I will get in fucking trouble with the 5. Let me get this straight. You can boldface cheat on your partner, but you can't debate Aiden. Pathetic, honestly. Are we doing Aiden tonight? Also, boldface cheat on your partner? Bro, what the fuck are you on about? Teddy with the 20. This woman frustrates me because I actually am a fan of that kind of blurring of the line media. I like when somebody actually pulls it off, and it's so obvious he's just not doing that, but uses it as an excuse. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just, this is a character, you can't fucking judge me for it. That's it.
I think most of us can agree it'd be better to just, kill Hitler, and I'm sure some of you have some modern-day fascists that you feel the same way about. I'm phrasing all of this kind of hypothetically, but I actually already have some pretty strong opinions about all of this. Admittedly, I'm a little bit puritanical about it. I think that if you intentionally take things from people who have less than you so that you can have more, you're a bad person, and you should either change your ways right now or stop existing.
Wait, hold on.
If you take bodily Admittedly, I'm a little bit puritanical about it. I think that if you intentionally take things from people who have less than you so that you can have more, you're a bad person, and you should either
Hold on. Wasn't like the whole thing with the found family stuff basically like Leadhead controlling people's money? I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if this works when you're a fucking leech. Gaming with a 5. Blow me off because of my name, but can't address your fear of him actually running coward. I've spoken in DMs to Aiden like the other day, if that helps. And also, I've offered to have a recorded call with Aiden that can be published. I just said that I won't get on stream with him again. And considering the amount of times I've got on stream and fought with Aiden and literally everybody, you can kind of cry in my chat about it all you want, but I'm happy to talk to Aiden in a recorded call. He knows this. We had a huge fucking DM conversation. Like, Aiden and I at the moment are probably like not like fighting directly, as far as I know, but we've probably got some shit to work out. But you can come in my chat and scream at me and give me money. It's fine. You're not going to get banned for it. No one really gives a fuck. Teddy with the 10. I've been too serious with my last 2 donos. Fuck you too. Gaming with a 5. Won't get on stream so you can control the narrative. Bro, are you like fucking retarded? Like, have you seen any of the shit that I've done over the last several years involving that community? Bro, this is such a fucking wrecked narrative. But listen, I do appreciate the money, as always. It is nice. Please continue, I guess. Axis with 10. When the breadtube commoids want to execute bad people in power, it's based. When the US military does it in a foreign country, it's a legal intervention in a foreign country. Listen, we've all been dealing with double standards. We know that Leadhead doesn't understand them. Aiden streams are a clusterfuck. That's the reason for wanting a decent conversation, not a screaming match. It's mostly that talking to Aiden off stream is like you can actually have a conversation with Aiden. So from my perspective, I don't mind taking a diversion to this. This is all stuff that I've said to Aiden in DMs in the last couple of days. But my issue is that I don't view this like recent shit that happened 6 months ago as an isolated thing. I view it as dealing with the same shit for the past 18 fucking months. Because it's been fucking constant. So I just said I wouldn't get on stream and have another conversation with him. It's pretty simple. About this specifically, about anything to do with this shit. He knows this. I've been really open about all this stuff. It's just really weird to come to me and be like, oh my god, you're running. Why won't you have a conversation? Bro, like, every time in the past 4 years I have been asked for a conversation, I've said yes. And even in this case with Aiden, I've said yes to a conversation. I've just said it should be recorded and published, as opposed to having it on stream. I don't know what else to tell you. I think that's completely fucking reasonable, actually. Teddy with the 10. Is gaming that 7-year-old cancer-ridden one-eyed black kid from last stream? I don't know if touching grass would help gaming. I'll be honest with you. Tell Aiden to take his lumps and move on. Every time Aiden speaks, he makes it worse for himself. I mean, this is what I've said to Aiden. It's just like, just stop talking about it. I'd stopped fucking talking about this entirely. As had Vlad, basically. Grey Knight with the 5. Aiden is annoying and should join Leadhead's found family so they can be annoying together. I mean, yeah, I mean, like a lot of this shit is just how annoyed I got at Aiden over all this stuff. He knows this. We've talked about it. I don't know where we'll go from here. I'd say a stream conversation is really fucking unlikely, though. Gaming with the 5. Are you scared of an audience making fun of you live? No. The fuck, again, what the fuck are you on about? I'll jump on streams with literally everyone else. I'll jump on streams with Aiden. With Queeman, like, and his audience. Or Chud and his audience. It makes literally no sense to say this stuff to me because I've been doing it for years. It's like, you have to have no knowledge of who I am or who I've interacted with to say shit like this. It's really fucking weird. I've done all this stuff. Like, and Aiden is free to stream about this shit. I've not been like, oh, if Aiden streams about me, I'll cover it. I don't give a shit. Who cares? It's not my audience. To be fair, if it's recorded and published, it would have the same effect. Yeah, I just don't want to do it live. That's all. Chud's audience have said way fucking more crazy shit about me over the years than Aiden's ever will. And Aiden's audience is, like, broadly speaking, like, completely fucking irrelevant to me. $20 US now, by the way. Listen. Getting up. Also, actually, fuck. No, I think that hit the goal. Please enjoy these stickers. Brought to you by gaming. Thank you very much, buddy. Much appreciated. Gaming with a 5. Then why can't you jump on stream with Aiden? Lay it out for me. Why, if it can be recorded, can it not be live? It's very simple. It's because I jumped on stream with Aiden constantly during Lio and the ACC stuff, and Aiden personally fucked me off really badly. Because I would constantly pick up the phone to him, and I felt like that friendship was, for lack of a better phrase, taken advantage of. So it's entirely to do with the last 18 months and how I feel I was treated by Aiden, which he understands, by the way. I've said this to him. It's nothing to do with anything else. It's to do with those previous experiences, and it's why Aiden in particular I'm not jumping on stream with. Still talk to him, but it's very specifically that. Like, I've done that. I've been happy to pick up the phone call and go on live. As I am with most people. As I'll jump on iNut's stream, or Morale's, or fucking Dicker's, or Parry's, or whoever's. but I do have lines occasionally where people actually do manage to fuck me off. It's quite rare, but it does happen. Same thing happened with Aiko at one point. Like, Aiko I just refused to get on a stream with for like 2 years. I think those are the only 2 people I've ever done it to, though. Grey Knight with the 2. My guess is gaming is in fact probably Aiden. No, it's not. He's not Aiden, because Aiden knows all this stuff. I'll say I'll probably talk to Aiden again. And we have like covered a huge amount of this in DMs. We had a great Father's Day together. My son makes bank. He is loaded. I don't know if this is a serious comment, Tyrone, but I do hope you had a good Father's Day if you are indeed talking about actual Father's Day. I got a really nice gift from my dad. He was really pleased. So I had a great Father's Day from that perspective. Anyway, are we good? Are we good? Can we go back to Leadhead 10? Oh, listen, I am very happy to like pause the stream and talk about this if you want to. If you want to give me money to do it. Boom Man with the 5. This is a weird comparison, but she somewhat sounds like the dad from Opal. Narcissistic is what I'm saying. I know none of you know what that is. True. Thank you for the comparison. Gaming with a 5. But you will openly talk to Lio, a doxer, and someone who told someone's school they were a threat over losing an argument. Yeah? Are we pretending that those things didn't happen? Like, I've said publicly multiple times that people can, like, reform and get better and people, like, fuck up. That's, like, I don't have cut-off lines like that. What do you mean? I've just given you the fucking reason, gaming, and nowhere in that description was Aiden doxed somebody so I won't talk to him. I didn't say that at all, did I? So I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about? Can you, like, engage with, like, the answer I'm giving? Again, very happy to take the money. But, like, I've not said I'll cut off Aiden because he doxed somebody. I've never said that at all. And I've obviously maintained relationships with people who've doxed people and then, like, apologized, took accountability for it, and moved on with their lives. Nor have I ever said that the shit that Lio pulled isn't totally fucking wild. Right? I think when I was on an iNuts stream the other day, like I asked, would you say Vlad is a doxer then? Yes, Vlad is a doxer. NRC with 2. Can you get Steve and Stuffy on stream? I would love to get Steve and Stuffy on stream. That would be on stream. That would be fucking amazing. I'm like, this guy is actually paying to have an argument. It's going well, isn't it? Fucking Kilo offered me money to get on stream with Aiden. I know is my guy. I know it's based. I like I know. Hilo just wanted wanted the conversation to happen. But yeah, like I'll talk to Aiden in a recorded call. It can be published. It's fine. But I'm just not jumping on stream with him. I think I'm being pretty transparent about this. There's nothing like hidden or like particularly interesting. Becky is running from my debate right now. This running habit is getting bad, Beckett. You haven't asked me for a debate. A debate on what? Kilo Snart debates now. Kilo's chill. Kilo's another one of the ones I've known for like fucking years. I don't know. I've got a special place in my heart for Kilo after the PV stuff. Zeke with the 5. To win an argument with Beckett and force him to a call, you have to donate 500, either piecemeal or all at once. Come on, dude, just so close. No, there's no price someone can pay me. That's not how I work. You can't just give me 500 bucks to get me in a call. I don't work that way. I just hate the debate bro shit. It's very annoying. I can't have a conversation with somebody who's like that. It's fucking boring for me. This is why I said on iNuts I'd like talk to Aiden like on stream if we were doing something like playing League of Legends. I need something for myself, right? Give me something. Give me a way to be entertained. Beckett is not Augie. You cannot bribe him. I think in the last, like, what, 2 years, I've taken, like, one major bribe, and that was to play mixtape. That was worth. Dude, that was great. Paddy, can I host the debate between Ace Space and Cope and See on my channel? Sure. If Ace actually has something to debate, yeah, sure, Teddy, I'll do that for you. JG with the 5. I love that I used to fall asleep and my spouse is like, the Brit is fighting with who over what? I am not telling him. Gaming full username. Dude. Look, I mean, I think the main person who's actually like, if there's anyone who's ever like phoned me and like owned me or whatever, it's fucking Queeman. And I'll still talk to Queeman live. I did answer with the member for 18 months of coping. You can give him $100 to play Can. That is true. Gaming with the 10. But you just so happen to have a cutoff for somebody who is a major critic of you. And what's going to happen is going to be a conversation where you walk back everything because you're scared. I mean, I've talked to Aiden. I haven't walked back everything with Aiden in DMs. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I would argue I'd already walked stuff back at the position where I'm saying that Aiden isn't a dox. He just spread dox information. That's a walk back of the position. Same with Vlad. Also, what fucking difference would that fucking make? Because it'd be a recorded call to be published, gaming. Like, so if I did that, it would still be in a recorded call that would be public. It would make no fucking difference. Like, I don't really get your train of logic here. Grey Knight with the 5. My guess is gaming is fucking new here and has no idea how Becky operates. I don't think many people seem to. I don't know why. I've been around for years and all these communities. I mean, it used to be that I knew all the names of all the shitters, and that's not really the case anymore. I don't really interact with Chuds and Queeman's sphere anymore. But yeah. Is there any more for any more? Oh, dude. I've had many other major critics as well. Probably way more severe ones than Aiden, by the way, who I haven't cut off. I'm trying to think of any like other major critic I have cut off. NRC with a 5. Stream panel. Coppercab, Steve Shives, Barry and Aiden. You've been invited, but it has to be on stream. Would you join Topic? Do gingers have souls? Yeah, I'd join any stream where I got to talk to Bearing. Digman 20, all this Aiden shit made me fall asleep. Listen, it's good background. Listen, I need a bit of a palate cleanser from Leadhead, so it works for me. I'm just wondering, listen, if there's any more, let me know. I think that might be it. I'm trying to think of the last time I had like major criticism. Like, it was all the Destiny shit. I talked to people then. Some people who are still fucking critical of me from that. The only good thing about it is Leadhead shutting up. Dude, listen, occasionally we do need like a little fucking breather, okay? I like watching chatters get mad. I mean, again, this is like a pretty fucking open chat, right? No one's getting banned. People often come into my chat, say unhinged things. As long as you're not spamming like the same fucking thing at me 5,000 times, probably gonna be fine. I had a friend who put together a party for redheaded people. I hate to see him put in all this work and not a single soul showed up. Okay, I've not heard that one before. I don't know why, that's slightly hurtful. Oh, dude. And we need a gaming donation tracker on screen. I don't know whether we're at the end of it now. I'm happy to pause. Sky Prime with 10. Hey gaming, can you do this on FPS Diesel stream? He could use the donos. Please enjoy these fucking stickers, guys. Thank you very much. Poor Diesel, man. Poor Diesel. I'm glad to see my buddy back streaming a bit more though. I need to get Chris back. Poor Diesel. That was a nice distraction. I think gaming's done. I think that's it. I think that was all I don't know whether he's thinking of another question to ask me to try and like fucking own me or some shit. I mean, listen, it's been great for donuts, so I'm not complaining. I'd give Diesel more money like a wedding stripper, but I'm broke. That's fair, Artemis. Okay, we good? Any more? Any other Aiden-based questions? That it? I feel like this is it. Going once? Twice? Okay, cool. Let's go back to Leadhead. Thanks very much for all the donos, guys. JG with the 2. Diesel was so boring I couldn't use it to sleep, bro. Real. Don't be mean to my buddy. It's cruel. Nah, it's just, like, Diesel's had some good stuff. I think his Riley stuff recently was good. Kicking with 20. Destiny makes me think of NSE being reasonable. Dude. What is NSE even doing with herself now? Becca, did you see the recent documentary on Copecast, by the way? It was awesome. No, tweet it at me. I'll have a look. I really want to look at some of this Bri stuff. Like, the King of Pole shit's insane. I still need to watch the rest of Jim's stream from last night. I stopped liking Chud after he called the Tom stuff the Great Sweep. I think a lot of people fell out with Chud over that. I'm still fine with Chud, as far as I know. I haven't spoken to him in a little while. I haven't really been keeping up with him. I don't really watch Kick. Grey Knight with the 2. Did we bully him too hard? I think he just ran out of questions. Or money, one of the two. One of the two. Okay, I feel like we're done. Okay.
Change your ways right now or stop existing. If you take...
I guess I got a stream soon too. No Aiden derails here. Oh wait, did you... Sorry, someone DM'd me. Did you want to ask questions about the Aiden stuff, Ace? I'm tempted, but because I've DM'd with Aiden, I feel like I did this with Ina, and I don't know if bringing on another creator is kind of being a bit too dickish, because we have spoken in DMs. And it's not really his questions you're asking, right? I'll think about it. Probably not tonight. So, like, because we did, like, multiple hours on iNuts. And he'd have some particular questions. I'm trying to think it through. What's reasonable. Because I'm not worried, because I'm not bothered about having the conversation with you. But I don't know how much I want to do that with another creator when I'm actually saying I won't talk to Aiden on stream. I'll see what, like, I haven't spoken to Aiden in a few days. I'll see what comes out of these fucking DM conversations and whether we have, like, a recorded call or some shit. And then maybe. I don't want to, like, from my perspective, I should be clear that I don't really care all that much. Like, it doesn't bother me if Aiden covers me or, like, wants to make content out of or whatever. The most I'll hear about it is, like, from a random fucking Queeman chatter, apparently. And I was quite happy to never talk about this shit again until it came up recently. It's just not that important to me. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But it's from my perspective, kind of shit content. It's made decent money tonight, to be fair.
Bodily autonomy away from people in order to secure a seat of power for yourself by appealing to a population of religious zealots and in order to enrich yourself through their lobbyists. You don't have a right to exist as you currently are. If you willfully contribute to a system that robs elderly people of their retirements and young people of their opportunities so that you can put them to work at your business, you don't have a right to exist as you currently are. If you destroy families because it pays well and appeals to your id, if you kill people for economic assets or prey on children or manipulate desperate people into gambling or drown them socioeconomically until they're forced to break your laws just to keep their head above the water, or you inflate the housing market so that you can charge more for...
Alright, talk to you later. Gonna go stream now. Have a good stream, Ace. I might raid into you later.
Rent, or you steal land, or privatize public resources, or ravage cultures around the world until they're forced to participate in your economy. You need to, again, either change your ways right now, or stop existing.
This is, okay, I hate to point this out, but this is how literally every system works and every government functions. That's like, ultimately we're in resource wars. That's not a capitalist thing. This happened in feudalism, it happens in communist systems, it would happen in any system. Like, unfortunately, it's kind of the nature of humanity.
What about people who don't do those things personally, but just encourage them, take pride in them, justify them, or simply don't really care about them? And that's where we get to the title of this video. Do my political rivals have a right to exist? I lose absolutely zero sleep over wishing death upon evil, selfish people, but what, is every liberal on Blue Sky defending misogyny, every edgy 15-year-old being groomed by the manosphere, everyone who just bought the stories that we were fed about Israel, quote-unquote, defending itself, supposed to just stop existing? No, of course not. That is insane, for the record. Maybe it's a matter of power. Like, people who are more influential have more potential to cause harm, so it's just the influential genocide cheerleaders and influential historical revisionists who should stop existing. So what, are we just left with the question of how many subscribers does a random 30-year-old spewing Nazi shit on the internet need to have before they deserve to die? That doesn't really seem like a very fun question, but like, I'm not gonna lump my mother-in-law in with Alex Jones just because they post the same shit to wildly different sized audiences. So, in trying to find the truth today, it seems like we should be focusing on that final entry into my series of questions that are making you uncomfortable. Although,
not making me confused. This is very sort of like, bro, it is kind of crazy that Leadhead is at this point in her like 20s. Because this is, you usually go through this when you're like 16, okay? This is what you go through when you're 16 and you're trying to work the world out. It is not that. I think this is the tagline for everything Leadhead produces in this series. The world is not as simple as you seem to believe it is, and it's quite depressing that you as an adult woman have grown up to the point where you think that these are even reasonable questions to ask other adults.
I would admit we would be lucky to land on even a rhetorical answer for that one. So let's not ask, do my political rivals have a right to exist? Let's instead go with, how much evil shit do you have to do before you don't have a right to exist? It's not as snappy, but I gotta dot my T's and cross my I's on this one. Bro, what the fuck am I doing posting this shit? Jesus.
You live in America. Like, listen, you can say all kinds of crazy shit in America. You'll be fine. Even in the UK, you could post shit like this. Hold on. Shooting going okay, pup, from Kirby. And she responds, I don't know. I kind of want to cancel this video. Feel like I bit off way more than I can chew. Good lord, the fucking writing, bro. How can you phrase the question when you likely couldn't give a consistent answer on what evil is? I mean, most people struggle with this, to be fair. I think even people with pretty strong religious grounding struggle with consistency when it comes to talking about evil. Is it like, sometimes it's matters of degrees. Depends whether you've got like, whether you're somebody who's trying to have an entire moral system based entirely on a structured philosophy. But the question of evil is like a pretty fundamental one, really. Teddy with the 5, not gonna lie, analysing when exactly my political rivals deserves to die to find the truth is kind of funny. It's an interesting premise, I suppose. This is someone who never left film school. This is somebody who desperately should have been, like, I don't know, beaten over the head in film school. Very happy.
Honestly,
I think this is the one time you should just be explicit. Just tell them what happened. It's relevant.
I don't know, man. People will get mad at me if I talk about it. Plus, I'd end up making myself go back there if I was going to do a segment like that. And I'll be real, I really don't want to do that.
Do you want me to count down this time?
No, just go for it. But I don't know, dude. This feels like it might be like my most divisive video yet. I'd like for it to amount to more than just an impromptu therapy session for my audience. Thank you, baby. That one wasn't too bad.
Good. But seriously, puppy, anyone who gets mad will get mad anyway.
Look, I'll think about it. Maybe the DSRA will make this whole thing clearer to me.
Probably will.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Teddy with the 5. If she's out a graph, if she gets out a graph chart of when the deserve to die point starts, I'm on her side because that would be quite the humorous direction. Well, just like we'll just go like we'll just be empirical about it, right? Why are we being shown this? Because it's art, Axe. It's artistic. That's all it is. It's just we just need to not be Philistines about it.
So let me just get two things out of the way here right off the bat. First off, I live in the US. I don't know what it's like to live anywhere other than the US, and so I'm going to be talking about US evil today, our unique brand of it, because that's the evil that's been pushed on me for my entire life. A lot of what I'm going to say here applies to plenty of other countries, though. I am aware of that. And secondly, look, man, if it sounds like I'm talking about you, maybe I am, maybe change your ways, but if it sounds like I'm
Oh my fucking god, bro. Okay. If it sounds like I'm talking about you, I probably am, and you're a bad person. Go on, I'm intrigued.
characterizing you, I'm probably not talking about you. I know liberals who I would happily hang out with, and I know communists that are dickheads. Don't go dying on somebody else's hill here. I'm just one person, and I've never even met you. With
Didn't they make GTA story mod vids? Like, how do we end up here? Yeah, like, Leadhead kind of went insane and started a cult. Yeah, it's the career trajectory of Leadhead as a YouTuber is something to behold. It is very fucking weird.
that out of the way, though, I think that the first step to answering that fucked up question I asked at the beginning is figuring out why people turn out like this. Like, what is so broken about American culture that we're willing to sell dream catchers with the American flag logo?
A cult? Yeah. There's almost no other way to describe it. Like, there's a lot of coverage from last year on Leadhead, but yeah, she basically just built a cult.
Or invent Walmart to destroy the world. Honestly, for me, it comes down to individualism. We've worked it so deeply into our culture that we don't even call it individualism anymore. We call it self-sufficiency, self-reliance, even self-esteem. We idolize people who have these qualities to the point where our cultural icons are people like Union Buster Walt Disney, ruthless monopolist Bill Gates, colonial industrialist Henry Ford, and war profiteer, insert popular president here. Like,
Okay. It's not just about individualism for these kind of people. It's about what they end up producing. So, for example, when we talk about Ford made cars affordable and accessible. That's why Ford is pushed forward the way he is. When you're looking at Bill Gates, you're looking at Microsoft building computers that were accessible. And went from hugely expensive to affordable. And quite often, like even with Amazon, you're looking at not just a company that's like worth a lot of money, but creating something that has also what's perceived to be a general public good, like the ease of access to resources. Even with Musk at the moment, with SpaceX or Tesla, people look at those things as creating like greater societal goods. There are plenty of people who are billionaires who we don't talk about because the companies or groups that they run don't provide those societal goods. No one really cares about them. They're not seen as innovators in that way. It's not as simple as individualism. It's what that person like does to the wider society. Teddy with the 5. Please get a graph chart. Please get a graph chart. True. Grey Knight with the 2. Should we start a crab cult or counter cult? I think crab cult's been a thing for years, actually. We just never... It's bring back crab cult.
Dude. Hell yeah. Insert popular precedent here. Okay. Something has to be well and truly sick with our culture for people like those to be the ones that we tell our kids that they can grow up to be like. That right there is where we get to the root of the issue, or at least the main thing perpetuating it. Take it from me, dude. I'm an opinion piece video essayist. I know well how hard individualism is pushed on you from the second that you're capable of experiencing it in this country. It really does start out with how we talk to our kids. Everyone I know was fed some bullshit about they're gonna go far in life. That's cute, but then they sneak in the little side lesson that going far in life means being financially successful.
Artemis with the 5. Leadhead really makes me miss channel awesome style reviews. At least Linkara would be less pretentious. Fuck, that is a painful bar to clear, but I don't think you're wrong. Dude. I'm going to let her get more in depth before I start ripping her apart for these takes on individualism, but anyway.
We're told that if we're good people, we will work hard, and then we'll get rich, and if we're rich, we'll be happy. And I don't know, maybe that's kind of fucked up. Like, you know, considering working hard for most people means being employed, and employment just about always means supporting evil people. Take it from me, yeah, I don't tend to get monetized on here, but I'm supporting about 100 evil companies right now just by keeping you on YouTube. Even for rich people, life kind of just sucks a lot of the time here. I'll bet it's hard work for Elon to not kill himself, and I genuinely mean that. So if we're all told that if we work hard, we'll get ahead in life, and everyone feels like they work hard, then everyone will believe that they deserve to get ahead in life. Thing is, getting ahead is relative. Getting ahead means other people need to get left behind.
Oh, fucking God. Kick him with a 20, hand for breakfast. You can have a hand. I see no reason why not. Please enjoy these stickers, guys. Okay, so... Yes, success is relative. But most people figure out what they want. Actually, that's not true. More people than is the reality should figure out what they want. And some of that takes introspection, funnily enough. Like for me, I could probably make a lot more money than I do, but I prioritize essentially having more of a flexible situation, and I prioritize ease and other elements of my life over financial gain. I prioritize basically my security and not much beyond that. But I'm very happy, and I understand myself well enough to know that if I was super hyper rich, it wouldn't make me any fucking happier. So I prioritize those things that bring me joy. And other people do this as well. They'll prioritize things like having a family, or having a nice house, or comfort, or personal luxuries, or people do this all the fucking time. The idea of people who only think, well, what do other people define as my success? Those are the most depressed fucking people. And it's also, at least in my experience with a lot of people I'm friends with and known for years, something you kind of grow out of. You worry about this much more in your late teens, early 20s than when you get older and you stop really giving a fuck what other people think. Grey Knight with the 5. Linkara still makes videos. What the fuck is chat on about? As does Angry Video Game Nerd. Does Linkara still make videos? I haven't seen a Linkara video in fucking so long. The only thing I know Linkara for these days is bitching about being upset that people are mean to him.
And so we end up with a culture that hates the homeless, hates the elderly, hates the handicapped, hates anyone who we can be convinced isn't working as hard as we are. And it's not just schools where we, warp our population's mind with these twisted morals. It's everywhere. Shoes with a famous person's name on them, movies with famous people's faces on the posters, the whole structure of middle management, the lonely roads, the bumper stickers, the gutting of third spaces, the virtue signaling in advertisements and media. Shit, the follower counts. The only reason I can do this job is because I have a pretty big ego, and there are a ton of people who look up to me because of that, as if they don't work just as hard, probably harder than I do. We see independence as a virtue, and my independence is not a virtue. It's the thing that's kept me so lonely for most of my life. But that apathy towards loneliness is what our system rewards. It's all there to make us feel like we're separate from everyone else. It's all there to instill individualism.
Important and kind of random, but Leadhead is not independent. Leadhead actually is like a leech. She's unable to exist on her own as an independent person. That's part of one of the biggest things that causes her issues. Leadhead, I think, and again, I've had to look at this from a distance and talking to people who know her, but seems kind of fundamentally terrified of herself. She's somebody who can't really be alone. Now, I don't think that's unique. I think lots of people get very uncomfortable when they're alone. I live on my own. I very rarely see, other human beings for long periods of time, right? And I like it that way. I isolate myself intentionally. And then go and get, social interactions when sort of I'm feeling like I need it. Or, I'll travel for work and things, or travel to see some friends. But most people can't, this is why people get housemates when they live on their own, because they need other humans around them. I'm I would describe myself as weird for not craving that, I suppose. But Leadhead, again, she's someone who constantly surrounds herself in these group settings, in polyamorous relationships, found family stuff. She needs this. That's what dogs are for. Also true. Grey Knight with the 5. Linkara still has a channel. It's the top fourth wall at 4W. He makes videos every month. Yeah, he's always been pretty good at scheduling.
Hello everyone. Thanks for making it to today's meeting. I'd like to start out by reminding everyone that we have just opened up an X account, and that's at DSRA_Georgia. If you want to get any updates. And I'd also like to remind you all, we're really encouraging members to participate in the No Kings protest on the 12th of March if you're near the Atlanta area. That is actually a great point, Claire. The most important thing that we can do is spread awareness. If anyone else wants to help promote the protest, that would be great. Just leave your email in the chat, and we can send you some resources for getting signs or t-shirts, that sort of thing. Great, so no more questions? Okay, unfortunately we aren't going to have time for Leo's statement about starting up an ice watch in Georgia, but one of our newest members did report seeing ice activity in it. So if you know anybody who lives near there who might be at risk, make sure.
So, okay, look, don't get me wrong, I'm not into these whole activist group meetings and things, but at least they're doing something, Leadhead. At least they're trying to provide support for other people to stand up and protest and things. What are you doing? Making fake fucking videos about seeing ice? What the fuck are you on about?
You send them that link so that they can have those resources.
Wait, what do you mean we don't have time to talk about Ice Watch? Isn't that the most important thing we can be doing right now? I saw them, dude. They're here. They're in Antebellum. What do you mean?
We will be having another meeting on the 5th of next month, and we're going to be having a...
Bro, okay, so let me get this straight. This character who's being radicalized has joined this community and meeting, and then brings up the fact that ICE have been seen in the area. She's seen them, and she's fucking being muted? How fucking narcissistic can you be, Leadhead? Are you fucking high? I mean, obviously. But Grey Knight with the 10, I also consistently go back to Atop the Fourth Wall and watch his stuff. And watch because his stuff has changed, but it's still the same content I like from him, and he's only really pretentious about comic books, which is a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm jaded on Linkara and have been for a while, but like again, if people are still enjoying his content, I mean, I still like Brad Jones. You know, it's nice, and there's not really any other good comic reviewers who I can think of, though I don't really watch a lot of that kind of content.
Vote on forming a committee for planning community events in Fayetteville. So make sure to have your speeches ready if you're planning on speaking. Otherwise, I really hope to see some of you guys there. And remember to spread the word about the No Kings protest if you're in the Atlanta area. Now, before we take it off call, Claire had a poem that she wanted to read for you all. Take it away, Claire.
Thank you. When I was a kid, I lived on a cul-de-sac with 3 neighbors. The Jacksons, the St. Clairs, and the Gutierrezes. Every summer, you could hear the lawnmowers and the sound of laughter at family barbecues. Every winter, we were all wrapped up in outfits our moms picked out, building snowmen and having snowball fights. Every spring.
I mean, for the first time in all of these videos, I agree with Leadhead. What the fuck was that? And it would be slightly better if Leadhead hadn't written that entire thing.
Meeting to people. They want us to RSVP for a protest. Well, Rosa, that's a no-go on the ice watch, and the estrogen, and everything else.
I don't want to talk about it.
Also, this seems like fucking bollocks. I don't think campaign groups, like anti-authoritarian campaign groups, are looking for an RSVP on the protest. I don't think that's a thing. I've never heard of any group doing that. Grey Knight with a 5. Is Brad Jones the one who did the review of Caligula? Yes. Yes, he is.
Activism takes a lot of different forms. For some people, it's protesting. For others, it's direct action. For others still, it's sharing ideas. For me, it's art. Individualism has turned a lot of activism into a means of acquiring social clout.
Zeke with a 5. I had to disavow Linkara when he went after One Plays for simply making jokes. The Virgin Linkara versus the Chad One Plays enjoyer, Doug Walker. Dude. Yeah, there's a lot of like Channel Awesome stuff that's kind of like deep fucking lore. Because you have to RSVP to a protest you aren't going, wait to say you don't care, but also this is written by someone who doesn't leave their house, Lamau. Bro. Yeah, like, so much of this stuff is flash mob stuff, and if you're worried about potentially breaking the law or having people there who are, like, let's say you're doing, like, a protest against, like, where you're, like, worried about being arrested, surely you wouldn't want a list of people attending, right? My question is that any of this has to do with the right of their political rivals to exist? I mean, we're 17 minutes in, and there's no answer to this question. Much like her last video, I mean, it's just fucking nonsense.
A lot of those political rivals of mine that we're talking about here aren't just people who post racist shit online. Plenty of them are people who care more about looking and feeling like they're on the right side of history. Vote blue no matter who, as if genocide and the vast majority of our other evils aren't bipartisan. The minute individualistic people start getting involved in politics, politics is compromised. It becomes a game of appearances. And with the endless expansion of capitalist fascists' role in all of our lives and the open racism that the right offers us, suddenly just being quietly racist becomes the most optimal path for good optics. They still support the...
I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second. What's quietly racist? What the fuck are you talking... Like, I'm starting to, like, get fucking brainworms. What are you talking about?
Vote blue no matter who, as if genocide and the vast majority of our other evils aren't bipartisan. The minute individualistic people start getting involved in politics, politics is compromised. It becomes a game of appearances. And with the endless expansion of capitalist fascists' role in all of our lives and the open racism that the
endless expansion of capitalist fascists. Do I need to explain why capitalist fascist makes no fucking sense to people? Does anyone think that that's a reasonable phrase to use? Does anybody? Do I need to explain the history of fascism, what fascism actually is? Do I need to do that? Because capitalism is not fascist, and fascism is not pro-capitalism. Just to be very, very clear. Fascism involves an awful lot of state ownership. Like, it's... Dude. Beckett, brother, do you think they actually read fascist literature? No, none of them read fascist literature. It's like, look, fascism isn't socialist, but its roots are very much in socialism. Like state ownership and state control is like intrinsic to fascism. It's I feel like before you start calling people fascists, you should be forced to actually read Mussolini. Like, that's a litmus test. Do you understand the history of Mussolini and who he actually was and what he believed? Like, that's the baseline.
The right offers us, suddenly just being quietly racist becomes the most optimal path for good optics. They still support the stupid, baseless idea that charisma, talent...
Thank you for acknowledging that fascism has its roots in socialism. It drives me crazy that nobody acknowledges this. Like, to be clear, like, fascism itself, like, people get, like, do this thing where, like, fascism's left-wing. It's not. It is fundamentally right-wing. But the important parts of it, like the ideas of state control, like capitalism, for example, is not, you can't work with capitalism in a fascist system. The state, like, has too much control. And there are loads of, like, there's a really interesting fascism test, actually, where you can go and do this. It's like an online test. Some researchers set it up. And you'll find that a lot of the ideas that you have align and fit into some fascist things, and that's because there are some universals. But it's like the difference between like kind of the way communism views authoritarianism and fascism views authoritarianism, because they're not quite the same, and the prioritizations and hierarchies are different. But yeah, like fundamentally, fascism and capitalism are not compatible. Jonesy, member for 2 months at Seething. Holy fuck, Falgi for imploding so disastrously way before Leadhead. True. There is no justice in the world.
Hard work or strife can justify people owning a Porsche, because not supporting that idea means telling people that everything their parents, teachers, and role models taught them was all bullshit, and they don't do a thing to challenge the contradictions, the racist, classist contradictions that belief gives way to. Hardly anyone outside of social media will ever give liberals much shit for their politics, and to an individualistic person who wants everyone to think that they're smart and special, that's all that their political philosophy or their political action needs to be. A trendy outfit. There are a lot of ways to hurt humanity. Being like Ben Shapiro is one way, but by going out on TV and giving millions of people the convenient answer that Trump is the problem with America and not, colonialism, plenty of folks in the...
Oh my fucking god. Colonialism is not the problem with America. Oh, dude, there are so many countries you can argue this for. America really isn't one of them. Oh, dude, putting individualism and fascism in the same sentence is actually nuclear. Yeah. Dude, bro. I think it's because, like, fascism and Nazi, like the idea of being a Nazi has become like just a byword for being extreme right, and they are actual like the problem is like Leadhead is trying to engage, and I do mean like trying in like the loosest sense to engage with this from a political science perspective, And there is a reason why you can have right-wing people who are like ANCAPs, for example, who will, like, an ANCAP is like individualist far right. Like, heavily, like, there should be no state control, there should be no government, it should all be about, you should be able to own people, because as long as you can pay for it, that should be, like, the position, right? That's, like, extreme right-wing individualism. On the other end of the spectrum, you have something like fascism. Grey Knight with a 5. All I want to do is put waifu cups on my wall. I have no idea how that could be fascist. Depends where you're buying the waifu cups from. I mean, did you make the argument that America is essentially ANCAP if it becomes an oligarchy? I think there's probably a stronger argument for like if you're dismantling government controls, that's probably a stronger ANCAP argument than a fascist argument. Like as an identifier. Axis with the 5. I'm starting to think nobody actually researches what the actual beliefs of these groups are. No one does. It doesn't really matter because you can just label people. It's very fucking annoying. This game of subs fascist, more at 11. True. But it's like, fascism's, again, it's a buzzword. Most people are not talking about fascism. ANCAP is not pro-slavery, maybe the ability to literally sell yourself. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm talking about, like, really on the extreme ends. Like, the argument of, like, you should be able to sell yourself. If you're, like, willing and consenting, then money should be able to buy anything. You take away government controls and regulations, and you let the markets truly run themselves.
Liberal media have genuinely helped to create this culture that's perpetuated all of this bloodshed and injustice. I'm trans, if you couldn't guess. So from where I'm sitting, the right tells me to kill myself, and the liberals tell me that I should be their martyr and vote blue, even though they also openly admit that blue is not.
In my opinion, I don't agree that a left versus right dichotomy exists. Rather, it's more ideologies that are born of a time that they exist in, from existing ideologies. Well, like, everything has its roots. I mean, this is like synthesis theory, right? You have a thesis, antithesis, and then consensus. NRC with a 10. Do we think Leadhead just wanted to be an 80s hair rocker, but was born at the wrong time with no talent? Also, but I truly think China is the best example of fascism. Agree/disagree? I don't know if I'd call China fascist. You could probably make arguments in that direction, but I don't know if I'd call it. I don't know. Maybe some of the way they treat their companies, potentially you could make that argument, but I don't know if I'd refer to the Chinese government as fascist, no. I think ideologically speaking, they're certainly not, even if you could like plant in some of the like frameworks. The problem is that fascism is not as simple as people want to make it out to be. Petty with the 5. Fascism is very individualistic. Now I wonder what the original logo for Italian fascism means. You know, the one with the sticks. I mean, again, it's collectivist. Grey Knight with the 5. If Game of Subs is fascist, it's fascist. It's fascism through VTubers. I mean, that's quite possible. Please enjoy these stickers, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for smashing it tonight. Proving that capitalism is a superior ideology. Okay. Maybe late stage communism, but even that's a stretch. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know if I'd call it fascist. Like, at first, fascism wasn't based on race stuff, then Mussolini became friends with Hitler. Yeah, like, again, Mussolini's history is essentially he was a leading party in Italy's socialist club. That was Mussolini's, like, life was socialism in Italy. And then his opinions on war got him kicked out. Because his opinion was that war is a good thing because it allows revolutions to happen. And then because he was removed from the socialist club, he went on and basically founded and created fascism. That's why there's so many things within fascism have so many similarities with socialism. This is what Mussolini believed.
Going to represent me or any of the people I love.
I like the way 3 people who I know are like political science uni people have messaged me during this being like, this is nice to hear you talk about. I thought you weren't debating this stuff anymore, Beckett. I thought you were going to not talk to us about it.
Okay, good shot.
We're about due for a jackpot.
Grenade. Baby, can I just cancel?
The problem is no government in practice matches the textbook example of their namesakes. I think probably, like, Mussolini's Italy is probably the closest, because I think Mussolini's Italy is the only example I can think of where the founder of an ideology actually ended up running the country, right? So that's probably the closest you're ever going to fucking get. But yeah, it's like the argument of we've never had a true communist system. Well, we've never had a true theocracy, and we've never had a true capitalist system. Like, these things just have never existed. But probably with fascism, you're the closest. Ironically.
Cancel this video.
Of course you can, puppy. What's wrong with the ending anyways? I liked it.
I don't believe in a thing I'm saying in it. My videos aren't activism. I'm no different than Claire with her dumbass poem. I'm trying to make collectivist art, but everything about my art is inherently individualistic. Grenade.
All this posturing, but look at the consumerism. So true. Go truly live in the woods. Unplug. Teddy with the 10. Dude, do the Unabomber thing. It'll be fine. Teddy with the 10. Now, I will say I can't be fascist, not for moral reasons, but because I just can't keep up. They do a lot, Beckett. They always just doing stuff. It seems exhausting. It does seem exhausting. It must be very tiring being a fascist.
I don't know, baby. The difference between you and Claire is that, you're actually addressing shit. Am I, though?
No, you're not. You're not. At all. Shut the fuck up. Stop enabling her. What's wrong with you?
I mean, like, can I call my art activism if it doesn't actually change anything?
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not affecting things.
That's not enough. I don't know, man. I mean...
China isn't fascist, it's idiotic crony capitalism. They do these mass projects and put a lot of money behind it from the state. Then they have miles of city you can't use because it's poorly constructed. True, Grey Knight, thank you for the 10. Bro, there's some really fascinating documentaries on China's, like, Belts and Roads project, and how badly it's gone in Africa.
I know I'm not like AI Tupac or whatever, but I don't want to just have my videos be like a rage thing for a bunch of would-be activists. I want people to watch my shit and like immediately start organizing. I want to see orgs that actually get shit done. I want people to see me as an activist.
Oh, that's really fucking revealing.
I want people to see me as an activist.
Every now and again, Leadhead will put something in that's, like, weirdly honest. And I think that's one of those lines. I think that's actually true. And, like, Leadhead is very much about appearances. And again, I think my biggest problem with activists is generally this. It's like you're much more interested in being seen as the thing than being the thing, right?
But I'm not an activist. I'm just a fucking YouTuber. I'll tell you what, baby, I think I'm gonna rewrite that ending. Try again tomorrow.
I love you, puppy. Please don't push yourself too hard.
Alright, I love you too, baby. Sleep tight, okay?
Why is this in the video? Because Leadhead's style is like all this is scripted, none of it is off the cuff. That's not how she works, but she likes to present these apparent honest moments because she's highly manipulative. Grey Knight with a 5. Holy shit, 2 stream jacks. Jesus Christ, save some for that money, some of that money for food. I mean, for people who are apparently doing really badly, you know, you got like a really nice PC setup and like stream decks, and it's not going that badly, surely. Being an organizer of my union sucks. Fuck you, Leadhead. My job is why I cannot sleep. Bro, yes, as I've said before, join a fucking union. Based. Okay, well look, at least she has a ThinkPad. ThinkPads are fucking awesome. Okay? If you like laptops, ThinkPads are so fucking good, bro. Q-Hood with the 2. I really want to build a custom ThinkPad. Dude. That might be my next project. She wants the notoriety of being an activist without actually doing anything meaningful, but nah, it's easier self-aggrandize about what a starving, misbegotten artist savant. Surely we will never know the pain. So true, Q with the 20. Thank you so much. NRC with the 2. Steven Pinker watches this video. Gets haircut.
Hi. This video was originally supposed to end with me back on the swing set talking about how it's stupid to worry about who is and isn't worthy of engaging in politics, because we can't change that. We can't stop the Nazi slop and we can't stop the liberal slop. All we can do is just focus on activism, you know, help out where we can and push for more people to stop recognizing capitalism's authority over their lives. I guess that's probably true, but that just isn't what this video is about to me anymore.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Ties with 5. I bet she smokes inside as a protest against landlords or some nonsense like that. Oh, poor fucking landlords.
This video has one major flaw. I can't say shit about activism, communism, leftism, whatever, unless my videos count as activism. I tried getting involved with this organization, but I can tell you right now that that's just not going anywhere. So either these videos are...
So I wonder whether Leadhead actually tried getting involved in some sort of organization and it didn't go anywhere because she couldn't take control of it. Like, Leadhead fundamentally is somebody who desperately needs control. And I wonder whether she joined this group, tried to, like, start pushing other people around, and got told to fuck off. Like, I can actually believe that happened. And it's weird that she's got this little jab at the, like, Zoom call. Because that felt a bit personal, right? Like, oh, they read poetry and stuff. Fuck those people. Axis with 10. China hasn't been communist economy for 30 years. They're basically engaged in free market, just with government backdoor for everything. It's how the economy grew quickly, and we get NC billionaires. Yeah, again, like capitalism has this weird ability to kind of change other people's systems and make people, at least, like, bring people into capitalism in a fundamentally different way from the way communism kind of imposes itself. Anybody who's really interested in that, go and read the Golden Arches stuff. Like the Golden Arches theory, before it got completely disproven, was really interesting. It's basically that no two nations with McDonald's will ever go to war. And that held true for like something like 30 years. And the idea is that capitalist systems discourage war because like the economic pressures stop you having conflicts. It's like you wouldn't go to another war where you've both got McDonald's, because McDonald's is like becomes like a core part of how like you're like a staple that your like citizens are interacting with, and it creates kind of homogeny across borders. It doesn't work until Russia broke it. It was actually broken by somebody else first. It was I think it was an Eastern European country. Maybe who the fuck was it? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe was it Bosnia? It's somewhere anyway. It wasn't Russia. It got broken before the Ukraine war, but the Ukraine war is another example of it failing. Great night with the 10. Just got to get a framework. It's a little bit more expensive of a laptop, but it's modular and you can repair it fairly easily. And also getting on an ROG Ally is way better than a laptop. I really, really like ThinkPad casings though. I used to have one and I could take it out into like fields and stuff, and it was fucking great. I really like, if I've got a laptop, I want a laptop that I can actually take places and be like, I've got no worry this is ever going to break. Like, you can beat somebody to death with one of the old ThinkPads. They're like super thick and super portable.
Activism or...
Why does she sound like she was about to cry? I mean, wouldn't you if you were Leadhead? Thank you, Great Night with the 2.
I need to just shut the fuck up and go back to talking about video games. Thing is, I just kind of don't believe what I was saying earlier. I don't think that my videos can count as activism. I can sit here on camera and beg for you all to join organizations, do a little web searching, send out a couple emails, start materially opposing fascism instead of just morally opposing it, but I just don't think that that's...
Thank you. It's Panama. Google says US invading Panama was the first time McDonald's countries went to war. Thank you.
Gonna work. I just don't think that my art is capable of moving people like that. Like, please God, prove me wrong, go get involved, but let me tell you why I came to that conclusion in the first place. The last video, the one about stealing groceries, was originally supposed to end here at this parking garage. I was filming the ending and these ICE agents showed up and just cold kidnapped this guy that was parked just a little bit behind where the camera...
Absolutely fucking bullshit. Absolutely fucking bullshit. There's no way this is true. There is no way this is fucking true.
Camera is now. I started filming them and they chased me off, but that's not why I bring it up. This is kind of a confession, I guess. When I was filming them, I caught myself thinking, holy shit, this footage would look incredible.
This is in the first video. What the fuck are you talking about?
Incredible if I ever did a video about ICE. There's this moment that's like burned into my mind where I just pan the camera slightly to the right so that the kidnappers would be framed a little bit more cinematically. To be honest, that was kind of the moment that I realized I was compromised in the same way I was talking about earlier. It was at that moment that I realized that I'm no different than the liberals that I'm always shit-talking on here. I saw an atrocity, an actual fucking atrocity, and all I was thinking about was how I could use it. It's exactly the type of shit I'm always talking about on here, turning genocide into cute little bumper stickers and slogans, taking advantage of how evil the world is to try to make yourself look better by comparison.
She does need to shut up, Grey Knight with the 5. One of the problems is she clearly hasn't planned this series out, and this is one of those series you really need to plan out. Like, if you're going to do this well, you need to know exactly what is in every single one of the videos you're going to fucking make.
That's why I hate individualism so much, and that's why I hate myself.
Oh, fuck. We hit the goal? We hit the goal? Jesus. Thank you, guys. Please enjoy these stickers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, you've been incredible tonight. Thank you. Bro, this has been a great fucking stream. I have deeply enjoyed this shit, actually. as painful as it is to watch Leadhead.
I've been thinking about just leaving Georgia for a little bit. I mean, just, like, leaving while the others are at work. I'm not gonna ghost them or anything, but, like, my wife, my best friend, these are people who actually care.
Isn't it interesting that son and daughter are no longer mentioned? It's almost like they both fucking left because you're a fucking monster.
Actually care too, at least I hope I do, but they just aren't bogged down by that same big ego that lets me do this job. They're collectivist, through and through. I want to be a collectivist.
This fake behind the scenes thing is fucking nauseating. Yes, Grey Knight, 100%.
I love collectivism genuinely, but that ego. I'm an individualist. An individualist trying to make collectivist art. Plain and simple. And that just makes me a fraud. So what's the moral here? Do my political rivals have a right to exist? Do either of us have any business trying to organize or promoting our ideals? Well, I think I have my answer.
Actually, do you know what? It's kind of interesting. In some ways, a lot of modern political activists are the worst people on both sides to be political activists. They've never really, like, lots of them have never lived in the real world. They exist entirely in school to college to being an activist. That's it. And that lack of real world experience is what makes so many of them fundamentally useless to listen to. Like, it's kind of wild in some respects that it doesn't occur to more of them that maybe if they understood the systems they were trying to challenge, they'd be more successful. Like, the simple failure rate of this shit is like you're trying to challenge things where you don't understand the pillars upholding them, therefore you can't do anything to them. And it's weird watching Leadhead because, like, occasionally she's almost on the edge of understanding that. But the truth of it is probably a bit too, like, upsetting to really admit to.
Fuck it.
So avant-core. I bought the shit at the mom and pop store, and I get both of the songs the top score. I'll see him playing the small hip-hop tour. But now
okay, let's just go
to go live in a different in a different state for a little bit. That's all false. I did not actually witness an ICE fucking abduction. All of it is my own made-up story. All the stuff about.
Here's the problem with doing this, by the way. Right? Like, you make up the ICE story, but it's so difficult to tell whether your character ends or begins. You've got no fucking, like, I don't know how much of an activist you want to be, and you're clearly, like, supportive of these ideologies. Like, you're not like, playing a character in those moments. You want to be a leftist. I know this because of other videos you fucking made on this topic. I know because you're talking about grab bags when, like, fucking Trump gets elected. Grey Knight with a 5. Hating your own individuality is a weird fucking take. Also true. Bro, I mean, again, with Leadhead, I'd hate myself.
Oh, I need to write a better ending. Oh, whatever. Everything in this basically went according to plan, for the record. Secondly, I feel like because...
Do you know what? Interestingly, I don't know if this is entirely honest, because it feels like her series is lagging, like the storyline itself doesn't really work, and maybe she's realizing that by the third video. Like, these videos have legitimately started to get worse narratively over time.
This is, like, almost the moral low point of my character's, pretty much the entire story here. For my character, I need to specify that organizing is absolutely what you should be doing. Obviously, this video goes into some criticisms of various organizations. The DSRA is not a real organization, by the way. That's also fictional, in case you didn't know. And while everything that is in there, and that whole scene where I'm in the DSRA Zoom meeting is entirely fictional, it is actually based on, like, real fucking experiences with these organizations.
I fucking called it. I fucking called it. She tried to join a political organization. They told her to fuck off. Ties with the 5. It reminds me of those streamers who are just edgy when their joke doesn't land. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Oh, guys, I was just joking. Or I got a sense of humor.
Sad to say. So while I was writing it, I kept on thinking, like, this seems like too over the top. There's no way it would actually be like this, but it can kind of be a lot like that in some of these organizations. Doesn't mean you shouldn't join them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be the person joining them and making them better.
Which she obviously tried to do and they told her to fuck off. Go on.
Secondly, I don't know what number I'm on. Let's go with secondly. Different environment here behind me. I'm not just sitting in my office as usual. The AC broke in February, and it is now like 86 degrees every day. It finally got fixed like 2 days ago, thank God. I would have fixed it earlier, but the landlord probably wouldn't have let me. And so, because it was so hot inside that, like, I literally could not do my job in there, I have switched to using this laptop, a ThinkPad, with, like, a remote desktop set up to my main computer. So that's why we're out here right now. Anyways, this has already gone on for 2.5 minutes, and I haven't even told you the real reason that I'm here yet, which is, of course, to thank the patrons, especially those who are dog file and find that thread. Nothing especially interesting. But one thing worth noting is that thanks to y'all's patronage, my wife has been able to go part-time at her, soul-sucking, horrible job, which is really just fantastic. I cannot tell you how much of a mental health boon that has been for not only her, but myself and everyone who lives here. And so she'll, in practical terms for these videos, she'll be able to help me a little bit more with my sound, which obviously is something I need work on, but just having a second set of ears on set will...
Oh my god. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Video can accurately be described as clickbait. The main topic that got someone to click it has not been answered. Yeah, I mean, all of Leadhead's videos seem like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on, I need to check something. Is Lazy still live? How long's Lazy been going?
Lazy, it's not a theory. It exists. It's
Yes.
real.
Lazy is still live. That's good. I'm gonna send you to Lazy after this. Guys, I came back, as I promised. We did Leadhead 10. It's been great. I'm gonna take like a couple of minutes. We're gonna sit and chat. Beckett, the stream gave me 4d6 of mental damage. I know the fucking feeling. Any more Aiden questions, or are we good? I don't know. I do think it's kind of... I do think there's an element of this that's funny. Like, one of the things that I've said to other people when they get, like, annoyed with the snark stuff, which, again, I'm not really bothered by it, is you can... Like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any effect. And I don't know how to feel about that in some respects. It's kind of a weird position that they've put themselves in, where it's just kind of stopped. Like, this whole little mini Destiny war has become like a complete cottage industry, and no one outside of that sphere really talks about it anymore, which is wild. Like, that Destiny story should be mainstream commentary news. And no one talks about it. No one's engaged with it. If you and Aiden were trapped on an island together, what 3 movies would you take? That's a good question. I'd probably take... Probably The Lord of the Rings. Probably The Lord of the Rings extended cuts, right? Like, I feel like that would kill a lot of time. I feel yeah, I'll go with that. Lord of the Rings extended cuts. That seems like an easy choice, actually. I'm pretty sure it's because everyone who isn't completely brainwashed by us, I got sick of hearing about it. Yeah, I think this is part of the problem. Like, it's funny for a couple of streams, and then it just gets really fucking annoying and boring. And the truth is that, like, debate bro content, like, just it has a limited lifespan if you just get sick of it. Like, it's one of those things that's difficult to go back to. There was a stream with Connor talking to Doobie that I might actually watch. I would take Schindler's List because Aiden. Jesus fucking Christ, Tyrone. So do you find it a wee bit concerning that people referring to getting radicalized as a good thing, as a sort of good thing in these spheres? It's something I've noticed, and I'm not exactly something I like. I'm obviously, like, my position on this has been stated for years as somebody who like has a master's degree in this kind of area about radicalization. I think political extremism on either side is bad. I am generally, my position has been I'm against extremists. That's pretty much it. It always has been, because I think extremism fundamentally is a problem. You want to find consensus points. No one is ever going to be fully happy in any society, so you need to find the things where you can, like, find unity and work together on things, which is very a lib position, I won't deny. But generally speaking, I think if you want, like, things to get better, you have to find ways to live together. That's it. When you're in the political extremes and you can't do that anymore, that's when society starts falling apart. What would be classified as extreme? So, extreme, I guess, would be, in this context, is I believe in ideology A. I only believe in ideology A. People who believe in ideology B, C, D, E, F, G, regardless, are bad. And also, like, you have to adhere rigidly to ideology A. That's what I mean by extremism. It's not your right wing or left wing. It is uncompromising belief in an ideology of any kind is extreme. It's the same with religion. Like, there's a difference between being religious and being a fanatic. I'd bring the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. It would uplift my mood every time. Also a good pick. What are the ideologies objectively the best? Specifically one that promotes the most human flourishing. No ideology is perfect when taken to the extreme. I mean, this is the like, there's a short I saw recently where somebody was debating, where they were talking about the person they were debating had to, like, bite a bullet on something. They said they wouldn't steal a single quarter to save someone's life. And he was saying, the guy he was debating with basically said, look, all ideologies have to bite a bullet on something. Nothing is perfect. Like, I'm pretty Kantian in my worldview, which isn't a surprise. I'm a religious person. But there are obviously problems with Kantianism. Like, Kant himself said, like, if the correct moral action is to destroy the world, you destroy the world. That's obviously an issue with a philosophical theory, which is, like, built on absolutes. In utilitarianism, like, you have to bite the bullet of, there are going to be systems, even with the hedonic calculus, where you are going to end up doing what are pretty morally questionable things from a humanist perspective, because they fit in the hedonic calculus. All systems are like this, and once you're at the point where you're sort of defending and you're going, actually, this objectively fucking insane thing is happening, and it's good because my ideology says it's good, that's your issue. Like, there are gut instincts most humans have, like, and most morality, like, philosophy is based around that collectivist need to be good with each other and to be kind to each other and to help and uplift each other, at least within small communities. When you're violating those rules, when you're stealing, when you're cheating each other, when you're murdering, these are like basic things that we understand as humans in basically all societies as bad because they lead to societal decline and collapse. It's like, once you get like an ideology involved that starts like fucking with those things and it becomes an absolute, that's your problem. And most reasonable people compromise on one level or another. For example, one compromise might be clicking subscribe on this stream to bring me a little joy. That might be my worst shill ever. Wouldn't your worldview, Beckett, you have to bite the bullet that some people won't ever get along ever? Yeah, no, absolutely. There are some people who will never get along. That's true. Which is why you find ways to minimize, at least to some extent, their discomfort, so that inability to conform to the wider grouping isn't violent, essentially. Or isn't overly disruptive. The goal is not to please everyone all the time, but to make people, I don't know, put people in the most reasonable position. I mean, fundamentally as well, I think merit's very important. Like, I'm a very merit-based person. Like, society has to work. Let's start treating Roombas nice. True. But yeah, that's my basic view. I think I think any kind of extremist is fundamentally going to be dangerous or bad. And it very rarely leads to good outcomes. Can we talk about Destiny Doodles? No, not tonight. As I say, with the fandom stuff and all that shit that's happening, I'm playing a waiting game a little bit. I will say this, because I'll just be open, because I know people have DM'd and asked about it. Quite a few people have. I am talking to people. So I'm not just ignoring stuff. But my limitation is very much, I won't start talking about things that are going on that I'm not allowed to, because that could fuck things up for other people. So until I am in a position where I either have permission or stuff has fallen into place where it is reasonable for me to talk about things, I have to be careful not to fuck things for other people. So if I look like I'm not really paying attention to the fandom stuff, it is purely because I'm being considerate of people who are, directly affected by it. And it would be irresponsible for me to act in another way. Because I know people like, well, why aren't you talking about fandom being crazy? And that is part of the reason. Now, I hope things unfold in a way where I can talk about it more. And some of that might happen. People, like, as I say, I am talking to people. But I can only do, I guess, what is reasonable with other people's information. Teddy with the 5. Challenge from the comments. I make what is my ideology whatever you say. I'm going to become extremist of that. Go, go, go. Sure, give Teddy a new ideology. Actually, I'm curious. What's your theory of morality? Where do you think morals, or I suppose human rights, come from? Well, I'm religious, so I think I believe in a moral absolute. Which is like, it sounds like a cop-out. It's not. I've got a theology degree, so I spend a lot of time thinking about this. It's sort of like my obsession. But I'd say that I'm fairly Kantian, generally speaking. I think Kant's idea of ethics is probably the most reasonable. Whatever I say, Teddy, become a Kantian. Kantianism is awesome. But yeah, I think that believe in a DCT? What do you mean by DCT? So is the primacy of the deity's consciousness or the inherent part of reality? Sounds like you lean towards consciousness. I think existence has like a meaning. Yeah, I think there's an intention behind it. And I think that, I mean, like, I've got my own opinions of what that is. I generally think that creation is a good thing. Like, it seems to me, just from observation and from what I see in general writings, is that, like, the point of existence is existence. And God loves creation. And that, like, that is a form of flourishing. And I think freedom is also fundamentally important. But yeah, like I wonder potentially whether things like murder, theft, like fucking over other people, cheating them, like these are violations of other people's direct autonomy and freedoms. So I think that, in my opinion, could be part of it. But yeah, it seems that God put a lot of work into making a world that like exists and breathes and flourishes. Seems to be like something that, you know, should there be a creator, he believes in. Every time Kant is discussed, I remember the Sargon quote, have you ever read Kant? Very few people have read Kant. I've tried reading Kant. I will like flag that. Like Kant is incredibly fucking difficult to read. And I don't read, he's difficult translated. Apparently it's better in German, and I don't read German. So I've missed it. Have your thoughts shifted about the Lego situation at all? Not massively. Not massively. Which natural rights, like from Aquinas? I'm not a massive Aquinas fan. I'm much more of an Augustine fan. I really like St. Augustine. I am a bit of a fanboy. I wrote my dissertation on him. Someone asked if I did something. I didn't. I didn't do. I wasn't training to be a priest. But yeah. Whatever happened to Kraut? Kraut's still around. He has a history thing. He does like a history channel. I think he's fighting Destiny as well. He got involved in all this bullshit. Becca, I just told you, become a Kantian, Teddy. Become an extreme Kantian. Okay? Universalize those maxims, buddy. I can't. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a terrible joke. Funny. The ideology of Beckett is Beckettism. Also true. I mean, look, we're all influenced by what we grew up with as well. Like, I grew up Irish Catholic, and I'm still, Irish Catholic. Hell, you're Irish Catholic whether you want to be or not. And that's always going to have impacts. But yeah, that's the main one. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the Aiden stuff. As I say, it doesn't really bother me too much, I guess. But we'll see if we do the recorded call. Offers on the table. But otherwise, we can basically just leave it as it is. I grew up Muslim, and I still am. Interesting. Yeah, I've read the Quran, but I'm not Muslim. To be fair, I've read a translated version of the Quran as well, and depending on your translation, it's going to depend an awful lot on the interpretation. Beckett about to convert to Lutheranism? Probably not. I think one of the most interesting, like, religious book. I mean, my favorite religious book is the Tao Te Ching. I think the Tao Te Ching is awesome, even though I'm not a Taoist. LeVay's Satanist Bible's really good as well. If you want a book that explains, like, kind of how religions grow, LeVay does a really good job of that. Very, very underrated in some respects. I still don't really get Buddhism. probably like yeah. Still don't really get Buddhism. Also an interesting subject with Taoism. Taoism's awesome. It's like I'd love to understand Shintoism more, but it's so fucking like Shintoism's like Hinduism. It's really hard to grasp if you don't grow up in the culture. There are 8 pads, but they're folded. I like what's the phrase? The beauty of a pot is in its emptiness, which I think is really fucking awesome. Ever read the Marquis de Sade? I have not. I have to put it on the list though. Kicking with 20, I had fun just busy bullying someone on Discord. Jesus. Good. As long as you're having fun. Learning about a very shallow understanding of Taoism, but it sounded pretty based. It's interesting. It's interesting how it's to interact, because it's like Taoism exists as a religion, like within kind of like, especially like, so Taoism in its primary form existed within China. Sort of still does, but to a much lesser extent since the revolution. But the idea is it exists in a trinity between Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. Now, Confucianism is how you should act. That's what Confucianism fundamentally is. It's a philosophy of where you fit in. And like if you ever read Confucian stuff, it's very much like your responsibilities, people's responsibilities to you, and essentially how to avoid a civil war. Very, very broad brush explanation of Confucius. And when he wrote, it was just at the end of the spring and autumn period, where China was like tearing itself apart. And Confucius was like, we need to stop this happening. And it's almost like Confucius has rules for rulers, which is kind of fascinating. Then you had Buddhism as like a primary religion, and like essentially what you believed and practiced on a daily basis. And then Taoism is your spiritual guide, and in Taoism you refer to it literally as the path, and it's essentially who you are within society, spiritually speaking. So like a core principle of Taoism is be happy with what you are. So one of the things that Taoism goes through is like, you may envy the rich man. Like, let's say you're a fucking peasant. You may envy the rich man, but you don't understand the troubles of being a rich man. You're constantly worried about people murdering you or stealing from you, or like the social responsibilities you have. But as a poor person, you don't have any of those issues. Your life is simpler, and you should treat that as a blessing of your status. And that spiritual element was very keyed in to how people interacted with Taoist priests. Teddy with a 5. Beckett selling Kantianism to me, but only using the most generic YouTuber influencer voice ever. Ever think Mr. Beast go go go? I fucking dude, I can't do a Mr. Beast voice. Oh my god, guys, I got 200 people in a room and they all agreed on a universal maxim. This is what happened. Only 6 people got stabbed. It was great. Confucius says, he who sleeps with itchy bum, wake up with smelly finger. Too true. Too true. What if we want a civil war, like, for fun? Typical American take. Typical American take. Right. I think Lazy's still live. I love reading Star Giant's inside thoughts. Okay, well that sounds really good. And also Lazy's growing her hair back. Okay, cool. This has been really fun. As always, guys, you guys are the best. Please enjoy this last little sticker. She's been so fucking based tonight. Absolutely fucking killed it. Incredible fucking work. I am going to get the fuck out of here and go to bed because I have to be in work in like 3 hours. I will try and stream a bit over the next couple of days. I don't know what we'll cover. We'll find something. There's plenty of shit going on. Is that true? It's true-ish. Yeah, it's true-ish. Fuck it. I will catch you guys on the next one. Thank you for being so good. I hope you have a great fucking week. And yeah, peace.